7 o'clock in St. Louis, you are listening to The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and on the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, little Jackie Papers, who loves the Rascal Puff, with you on the program. Doug Vaughn vacationing this week. Martin, what a Polos Plus dossier we have for the people today. He was not available last week. He is available today right out of the gate at 7:30 here in the Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour. Producer Joe is going to be with us on the festivities last night in Seattle. My guess is he will be loaded for bear.
Well, it is a 8-game homestand. Great time to get that easy pass. Ballpark Village has been hopping of late, so make sure you get your easy pass and maybe a soccer thought. That's
probably going to be the order of the appearance by the great producer Joe on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. If you would like to call in, Chairman Kurt stands by and takes calls at 314-974-0101. Little Jackie Papers is updating text inbox names, which increases your chances of being read on the show exponentially. Just say, hey, Jackson, could you change my name to... And then Papers does it. And then he usually sends a friendly little note like, you got it, JB.
Yep. It's one of the great pleasures of my life.
Is changing names from a 636 to...
Yeah, 636 or 573.
So that's what you can do at 314-399-9646. You can open up your YouTube app. You type TMA-STL in, and you join the 7,030 subscribers, including Soul Train Dancer, Iggy's Prison Window Hand, and Lee May Adjacent Wildcat, who are in the Form Energy YouTube chat. And you can watch the show, and you can talk it over on the program. Martin, you made a prediction before the show. This wasn't listed in Predictionary, but I want to corroborate the prediction that approximately 6:59:30, you said, now we get anti-soccer guy gloating, and sure enough, the Gray Summit Gray Goose Guzzler was ready right at 7 o'clock and said, Ben Franklin once said, the only certainties in life are death and taxes. We need to add two things to that list. The Cardinal bullpen's ass, and the U.S. men's soccer team always gets bitch slapped in the World Cup when playing a good team. That's the Gray Summit Gray Goose Guzzler, who is making his observation, as you are welcome to do on the festivities. The Lifetime Roofing lead, Martin, your decision. What are you going with this morning? Dustin McClendon usually says, Doug, you got to do it, but Doug's in the Hamptons, so you got to do it now.
Oh, boy, it's a lot of pressure there. Probably some NFL signings, comings and goings as we get close to training camp. Cards bullpen, Soriano, O'Brien, and Romero, your three most reliable, pitched on Saturday, Tim.
Nice.
Not available on Monday, I guess. I'm confused. I'm not sure. The U.S. men losing. What a disappointment. What a disappointment, right?
Yeah.
Big letdown.
No.
Big letdown. Not that they
question.
lost. How they lost.
I would agree with that. We never got a sweat. I suppose if you wanted to say we got about 68 seconds of a sweat following the equalizer, then I guess I don't even really recall many great chances until right at the end, already down 3-1. And it was just brutal from start to finish. They were lucky they weren't behind in the first minute on what was probably the best save to that point by the U.S. It was domination, and it was destruction, and it was brutal. As far as the buildup goes, relative to the delivery, it is equivalent to like that Rams-Patriots Super Bowl about 8 years ago. It was 13-3. Mm-hmm. But this one had brought what I would guess would be, I saw Richard Deitch, Martin, media critic on The Athletic, guessing that they might get to 50 million viewers on Fox. The moment that soccer gets the center stage, the team has that kind of performance. And so, a major missed opportunity.
Yeah, what I was saying before the show, I hate soccer guy. Now, you could be a soccer fan and be largely disappointed and say, boy, they always crap the bed. But the ones that you'll hear from, I told you it's a stupid sport, whatever. The World Cup has been fantastic. The coverage has been great, the excitement, and you wanted the U.S. to kind of be part of that conversation. with the big boys. When France is still alive and Spain and Norway and England are still alive, you wanted to be in that mix in the quarterfinal, and that was the bar. I think if they'd got that was the nobody thought they were going to win the World Cup, but if you could get to the quarterfinal and be one of the elite 8, I think that was what most pundits thought was possible. Belgium's higher ranked. You knew that going in. That's a really good squad. They've got good players over there, Tim. But the fact that they just crapped the bed. And that Matt Freese, I feel terrible. That's a Bill Buckner moment. That's a clip that'll just live forever. The World Cup's every 4 years. It's not like they'll get back out there next year and he can make some big saves and you forget about it. Every 4 years. That poor kid. I don't know what he was thinking. But the whole game was, there are Super Bowls when you were a kid, like, oh, I can't wait for the Super Bowl. And it was just a turd. And you turn it off at halftime. And you're like, oh, well, looks like the Broncos are going to lose by 50 points again. It had that kind of national stage feel where, all right, everybody's into it. This is pretty cool. And I feel terrible for the people who are really passionate about U.S. soccer and wanted this to be the moment. That wasn't a disaster. They got out of the group stage. They won that game against Bosnia. Not a disaster.
Leaves a bad taste in your mouth.
But very disappointing. And again, the big stage, because you're not going to have it on U.S. soil again. I mean,
right.
Maybe in 50, 60 or whatever, unless I guess you could
Papers
pay.
will still be hosting the show.
Yes.
Right.
I mean, I guess if you gave Infantino some money today, he might say you can have the next one too. Sorry, Spain and Morocco. You get the next one too. But this circumstance is just not going to happen again, where you had the excitement and you had the home soil, perfect setting, everything was in place. And if you lose in penalty kicks, it would be heartbreaking. But you'd say, wow, what a run they had. But to just play like crap.
Chairman Stephen DeMunn gets the first thought. Leave it to a St. Charles to ruin it for all of us. That's from Chairman Steve in DeMunn. And he is going after the U.S. men's national team captain, Tim Ream. Papers, where did you watch the game?
Sweet Sweet Kai's.
Sweet Sweet Kai's.
Sweet Sweet Kai's.
Just you and Sweet Sweet Kai?
And his wife.
A little bit more popular.
Yeah, right.
Producer Joe with us at 7:30.
It was just such a disappointing performance from from the very beginning. They came out flat. You're like, all right, they're coming out flat. They get scored on. All right, maybe this will be. And then their only goal, really, and their only shot in the first half, only shot through like the first 70 minutes was, Balogun maybe got fouled, probably not. And then Tillman hits a nice free kick, but it got deflected.
Right.
Thibaut Courtois has that. He catches that ball if it doesn't get deflected off his own man's head. And so you're equalized for all of, like you said, Tim, about a minute and a half. Yep. And then the softest goal I've seen them give up all tournament with the cross in the header. And Tim Ream, unfortunately, got climbed like a ladder on that one. And then you're dead. And you saw, like, the whole time, like, you're like, how are they going to come back from this mountain of a deficit when they can't even get a shot? Meanwhile, Lukaku's on the sideline prowling. You know he's going to come in and score like he did in 2014. It's exactly what happened. And you just felt like they never even had a chance to come back, not even once.
Going to a married couple's home to watch a game solo is weird. That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle. Martin, so far, that is the takeaway.
That's our break. That's our soccer takeaway. After the World Cup exit.
It should be noted that Sweet Sweet Guy is also my neighbor. I live about 5 buildings down.
Oh, is that right? And you didn't know that? So
yeah.
you don't have to defend yourself.
It takes about 2 minutes for me to walk over to
I
his
didn't know
house.
he was down CWE way.
Mm-hmm. It's nice.
Fun facts for no one tell.
Hey, he's a neighbor. You're Kramer.
I'm
just stopping by.
I Kramered.
You busted through the door.
Yeah,
They didn't even
slid.
know you weren't even invited.
Yeah.
And you went over, hey, you guys got the game on? Like, yeah, Cards are up 3-zip. No, not that game.
I did bring my own food, not eat from their fridge like a...
Did you bring like a sack
mooch.
lunch over to their house?
More or less.
Did you bring food to share?
No, not to share, just for me.
It never felt like they were going to win the game.
No.
Even when
Never.
Even when it was 2-1, at halftime, producer Dave and I said, God, it feels like it's 5-1.
Yeah, fortunate that they were only down 1. And then something that stood out to me, and I was thinking it, but tip of the cap to a number of people who made this observation and said it publicly, that it looked like they shut it down.
Yeah.
The effort wasn't there. One of those people is a Ladue graduate, and not this Ladue graduate. Papers, what do we have here? You've got a wide variety of fun with audio for the morning after
Lou
audience
Brock
here on
Jr.
101 ESPN.
Well, speaking to Tim's last point there, this is former U.S. women's captain Becky Sauerbrunn, Ladue grad.
What I wanted to see were players sprinting after the ball. It goes out of bounds. You're sprinting after it to get it back in. You're bringing people into the box. You're going for it. Even if it's it's a Hail Mary, like, you're never going to get back in this game. You at least show the fight. And that's what I think for me, like, leaving the game, I feel most upset about, is that I didn't see that fight.
Becky Sauerbrunn.
Yeah, and when effort is questioned, and this is from somebody who played at a very high level. This is not a guy sitting at his neighbor's house with a sack lunch. Not you, Paper. I'm just saying somebody, hypothetically.
Sure.
But somebody that played at the international level to question the effort, it means more.
Right.
And that's the most damning thing. We'll say it every once in a while with the Blues game. Well, they just came out flat. They just weren't ready. And we always say, how?
Right.
And then you think of that moment, that stage, all the buildup. How could you collectively be so bad?
Yeah, and especially when it's someone like Pulisic, who, like, when you saw him out there last night, it didn't seem like he was willing to put his, he obviously had the ankle injury, but when he's kind of looking like a ghost out there and, he's supposed to be your star, and the broadcast kept saying, he just needs to get a little confidence going. We've been hearing that for a long time, and he'll be almost 32 by the next World Cup. It comes to a certain point where, he's had a wonderful career in Europe, won a Champions League with Chelsea, but maybe the world stage just isn't his place to shine. And that's frustrating because he was labeled to us as, like, the future, as the star boy.
As a novice watching, I was saying, man, it looks like Belgium's just manhandling us. Like, we just look like we're getting thrown around. And then we had Bill McDermott, Mr. Soccer, live last night, late. God bless.
What did he have to say?
Well, I said, is that Belgium's game? He said, not really. I said, but it looked like they were kind of more physical than the U.S. He said, that's right. And I said, but is that their game? He said, not really. So it wasn't like a game plan to come out there and rough up the U.S. And I think his overall take was it's not devastating, highly disappointing. And I think his was on par with almost all the pundits, that they were just terrible. There was no excusing what Becky Sauerbrunn said, which would be the effort, and then the result. And then you have just kind of the casual fan who says, okay, tell me about it. Well, the U.S. never really gets over the hump in soccer, but the U.S. is hosting. We've got this golden generation. It's a younger group of talent. This might be different. People are like, okay. What do we? Oh, we're out of the group stage. All right. Oh, we beat Bosnia. I think you pulled all of those people into the tent. And then they said, all right, when's the game? And maybe Richard Deitch is going to be correct. Maybe it's pushing 50 million. Felt like everybody that I knew was talking about it. I'm sure there's a soccer guy who hates it. I get it. But they had everybody they had a lot of people who were not diehards interested. And then like, oh, that's it? Moving on. It sucks for the U.S. men's national team to have had that opportunity and to have that result.
I watched the pregame from 5 p.m. on Fox all the way through the postgame, and the Pulisic criticism is not an after-the-fact development. There was a lot of focus in the pregame by the panel that this is his time. He has to step up in a World Cup game, and once again, he leaves injured, but before he left, ESPN FC tweeted the following: Christian Pulisic lost possession 11 times in just 45 minutes played. That was the most of any player on the field. So he was getting pushed off the ball early. He was losing the ball. And then, as you heard on the broadcast right before the disaster with the goal that made it 3-1, they were talking about he needs to just lay down so they stop play because he is done. They're essentially playing with 10 men out there. He didn't do that. And then you saw what wound up developing. Now, to make this clear, Christian Pulisic is not responsible for the goaltender's, as you called it, Martin, Bill Buckner moment. But nonetheless, that was being talked about before that play took place.
Well, if you watch the tournament or you watch any of the highlights, every star player has been each team's best player, whether it's Kane scoring goals and Mbappe and Messi and even for a minute Ronaldo, all the big names, Holland, our guy, that Von Drago guy, all of the big names have been scoring. And you look at the U.S., well, who's that guy?
Right.
And the closest would be Bellingham.
Right.
And the guy that you'd heard about for the last 5-6 years is Pulisic. And he may have been more injured than we knew going into this. Maybe he never recovered from what was a calf injury earlier on, but that was a sad ending for his international. And again, he could be on that team in 4 years, but nobody's pointing to him in 4 years and saying he'll be the difference.
Likely.
That game was like watching the 2004 World Series. That's from the 210 texter. Yeah, I would say that's a nice analogy as far as anticipation and then actual domination. There was not a point where I was sitting there going, okay, they're in this thing. Just never a point.
Yeah.
And that's where I think the most disappointment stems from. You also had the conversation regarding effort. You heard from Becky Sauerbrunn. She was not the only person who said that. Eric Winalda, who you may remember from, for those of us old enough, the 1994 World Cup, said this.
We don't stink at this sport. We just had a really bad game. And what we need to do is to start figuring out why. Why did that game happen the way that it? Can we blame it on coaching? Yeah, to a certain extent. I think it's a bigger cultural issue than anything else. And as proud as we think we are at times, we are not willing to make the sacrifices as players in moments like that, which are things that you can respect at the end of the day. And I can't respect that. I can't respect that performance. There's not one guy that I could say, you know what, he really represented him well today, himself. Not one of them did. Not one of them. And then became an excuse factory right in front of our eyes. And then they stopped playing. They went stagnant. They stopped. And that breaks my heart because that's just not us. And that's not who they were. And that's what they got to live with now. And it ain't going to get any better.
Again, former player, international level, high-level questioning effort.
Yeah. Belgium's official Twitter account for their national team tweeted following the game, overturn this. That was their message as they move on to face Spain on Friday.
And that's the thing is like the ease in which Belgium scored. The second goal especially, I can't get over that second goal. I mean, just it's so easy. No defense. Tim Ream, nothing there. And yeah, it's really frustrating. And they kept pointing the camera to him. Kevin De Bruyne, one of Belgium's best players, one of the best midfielders in the world, obviously a little older.
Sitting on the bench, right?
Sitting on the bench because I think that they were like, all right, we're going to feel out this game. We're pretty confident. And if we don't need to use them, we'd rather rest him up for the next game.
Pretty,
in a knockout
it was pretty
game.
Ballsy.
In a knockout game.
What, like two of their top three players didn't start.
Jeremy Doku as well.
And I guess it's a tactic you could use. We've got them ready when we need them. Let's wait and see when we need them.
Right. And they just, like he's 35 years old. We'd rather save him up for the next game. And that's like, if you're the U.S. and you have to fight tooth and nail to get, one of your best guys back in the starting 11, and they're like, yeah, we'll keep him on the bench. That's like, in a way, feels even worse.
Can we stop talking about soccer? Okay. That's from Young Hung Big Al. Martin.
I think I met him at opening day. Was it last year, Tim, or was it this year at Ballpark Village?
I think it was this year.
Because then I said, well, you're not that young, so, okay, all right. Trying to figure out who he was or how to define this man.
And then I think he sized up papers and said, look, I'm taller than you. I think that's what he said.
Was that opening day?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he wanted to play me in the one-on-one basketball.
Oh, is that right?
I think
you guys ever do that?
No, I'm open to it, though.
Is that what most people say when they see you, Jackson? Hey, what's up, buddy? You want to play some one-on-one?
No, they know better.
It was a disaster of a performance. No effort. We only made it that far because they expanded the field. Terrible, but typical USA performance. We stink. That's from Ray King.
So we might need Mike Lee to give us a drop. Do we do mic drops? And you guys stink. Instead of Cardinals stink. And Mike, give us an update. What's your level of interest in the World Cup with the U.S. playing and advancing? What was your number out of 10 soccer balls? Where were you? How many?
Going into this game?
Yeah. At this time yesterday, your World Cup interest was?
9 out of 10.
9 out of 10.
I was a 9 as well.
Yeah.
I was probably like a 7, 8. Something like, hey, it's pretty fun. It's great. Now, your level of interest in the World Cup?
6 or 7.
Oh, that's not bad.
Well, my rooting interest goes away, but there's, still some incredible games left.
Because I'm down to probably about a 5-ish.
I would be a 5 now.
Okay.
Moving forward. And the announcer, is it John Strong, the guy that I was saying does a really good job at the end where he was saying, it's still a beautiful.
Oh, yeah, I saw
people thought he was
put on his salesman hat.
I don't think it was as much, hey, don't turn off Fox. They're going to be fine. They're going to make lots of money. There are plenty of eyeballs. I think he was a true soccer fan, kind of just imploring people in the U.S., hey, stay on board. It's a beautiful game. I don't think it was as much he was saying, please stay tuned. But it did feel that way because you could feel around the country. I'm sure locally, here we are putting together our best show, Mr. Soccer's, and you could just feel the click, 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 click.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm good. Click, 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 click. Got it.
Guys, on to Wimbledon. Swinghaven board member. Jackson, you do have a big Wimbledon segment prepared for us, so Swinghaven board member will get his wish.
Boy, I don't like watching tennis.
Wow.
It's just never.
What would you rather watch, tennis or hockey?
Oof. Man.
Oh, no.
Playoff hockey?
As a country club kid, this is
I'm not a country
surprising.
club. What do you mean? Public worked at Forest Park Golf Course 5 summers,
St.
baby.
Louis
That's how I got on the.
Country
That's how I got
Club,
on the
Hampton. You don't think
sod.
there's tennis all over the Hamptons? Come on.
No country club kid.
I thought we were playing a bit here. Jeez. All right,
well,
forget it,
sorry.
Tim. On what day is today? July 7th. The bit is over. Now you're going
No.
to tell me you don't drive a Mini Cooper.
No, well, no. Playoff hockey I like. So if we're talking like Wimbledon versus the Stanley Cup playoffs, hockey all day.
Okay.
Hockey all day.
What about regular season hockey against
And then like against Wimbledon, probably still
Like
regular-
ATP Cincinnati.
Regular season hockey. Yeah. Yeah, tennis has never really done it for me.
So then you go from watching the World Cup to the Cardinals up 3-0, Martin, and everything's looking good. Here's old Dustin May. He's back, and he's looking wonderful. And then they're trying to get him through the fifth inning. They let him stay out there to try to get that final out in the fifth. A little blooper just outside the reach of J.J. Weatherholt, and then a shot down the line. And Ali Marmol, who wanted to get as much as he possibly could out of Dustin May, had to come out and pull him, and the domino effect began. And I don't know if the domino effect necessarily stopped last night, because with a doubleheader today and no off days until the All-Star break, the boys are going to be scrambling. Justin Brule came in and initially was good. They've got a Ryan Fernandez situation. Well, you're mad as a hornet.
I don't get it. I understand you need guys on your team that are not going to be lights out. I don't understand when they use him is what always frustrates me, because it always feels like a winnable game.
Yeah.
And here he comes. Like, oh, no, not him.
Yeah, high leverage.
He's done this now for about a year. When you say, oh, it's a winnable game, okay, save him or lose an 8-1.
Yeah.
Because do I have a lot of confidence in Ryan Stanek? Not really. Do I have a ton of confidence in Graceffo? Yeah. In that inning, I said, I'll take either one of them.
All day.
And now the shocker is Fernandez's ERA is 2.70. I was stunned by that. It must be a boatload of inherited runners. I could probably look it up.
I mean, that's what it was in Atlanta. JoJo Romero had like two on, and when he walked one home, it was Romero's run.
And they're talking about how they've got this stretch. You're playing 8 games. You're playing 5 over the next 4. You got a doubleheader today. So they're going to be a little thin. I understand that. What I didn't understand, and I don't know, I was there pregame, and I didn't ask who's not available, but O'Brien, Soriano, and Romero hadn't pitched since Saturday. That's a day off, right? Usually every other day it seems possible. So none of those 3 were an option, I guess. I don't know. But Fernandez is an issue.
Here is Ali Marmol on what took place and the Cardinal situation with the pitching.
Yeah. And the person he's talking about in the second part of the clip is Dustin May, just for context.
Thank you.
We know it's going to be tough with where our pitching's at. We don't have everybody available at the moment, which when you get late in games, someone has to step up and get it done. Unfortunately, that's just part of it. As you get closer to the break, guys are needing extra time to recover. So we didn't have our main guys at the back end, and we couldn't close it out. It's good to see him back out there and just feeling healthy. Everything was where you would want it to be, and did a really nice job against that lineup. So gave him the extra guy there at the 9-hole to see if he can get off the field on his own. Burrell came in, got Yelich with the ground ball to second base, did his job. But overall, plus night for May.
And normally when Dustin May comes out in that situation, he's an out away, and the wins still matter to pitchers for sure. Going into it, I guess the number was around 60 pitches, and he was at 81 because he was on 3 days rest, that weird start in Atlanta where he got hit in the leg or the foot, whatever. So that's why he comes out. He probably would have liked to have had a shot at Yelich, who was 0 for 2 at the time. Get through that inning at least.
Yep, that was the goal.
But if you're going to go to the pen early, and you had to, I guess, because of May being on a lower pitch count, that just kind of sets you up for trouble, too. And then you got McGreevy today. I don't know which game he's pitching. There was a little bit of, games of chip yesterday saying he would pitch today. Yes, one of the two games. And then I guess Hunter Dobbins will get the other game. Graceffo came back. Our guy Rajic is now injured. I can't keep track. But apparently the big three must not have been available.
Should have kept my boy in. He was shoving. That's from Dirty Dan the Garbage Man. He wanted to see Dustin May in there. He was staring down the dugout to not bring him out.
Long conversation they showed on TV, too, with Dusty Blake in the dugout after he was taken out. I'm like, I wish we had audio of this. Really? Because that Dustin May gets a little fiery at times.
Yeah.
And I would be, too. I think I said, I'll come back on 3 days rest. I get it. We got to be smart about it. Just let me get Yelich for a third time. Well, third time through. That's not allowed, Tim. There's a rule in baseball.
And the Cardinal bullpen with the combination of Brule, Fernandez, and Stanek let the thing go. And so when you're in position up 3 and then you have it slip away, that's especially brutal considering now you got a doubleheader and you're already down 1 in the series. We will talk more about that throughout the course of the program. The great producer Joe is going to join us coming up on this Polos Plus dossier in the next segment. And we welcome you to get involved by calling in 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-399-9646. That is the Air Comfort Service text inbox. And you can open up your YouTube app, type in TMA STL, and you can talk it over with many friends who gather in that YouTube chat, which is brought to you by Form Energy. Here is what Mentality has learned treating 25,000 men. You cannot rely on testosterone alone anymore. To run at full capacity, your body needs peptide therapy on top of your TRT. Check Mentality out at lowtusa.com. You can start today at lowtusa.com. For guys whose recovery still lags and whose energy plateaued, even on testosterone, Mentality's physicians design a plan that layers peptide therapy on top of TRT to support recovery, repair, and performance. It's a custom plan built around your numbers, monitored every step of the way. The line is the following. Go to lowtusa.com. That's how it starts right there. Go to lowtusa.com with Mentality and get back to feeling the way you used to feel with Mentality. Start today at lowtusa.com. That's lowtusa.com. Producer Joe on the United States World Cup loss next on TMA 101 ESPN. You may wonder why you're hearing Counting Crows. And the answer is because producer Joe is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Producer Joe, it's always wonderful to talk it over with you. What is your reaction to last night's loss?
Disappointed, I guess. I wanted them to be playing Belgium. I think last week when we talked, something along those lines, that I expected more. I don't know why I expected more. I feel like Charlie Brown trying to kick the football. But, yeah, disappointed, I think, is a safe word to use.
As somebody who loves the beautiful game and who may or may not be on Bluetooth right now, did you also question the effort? We played clips earlier from Eric Winaldo and Becky Sauerbrunn, who felt like the effort was obviously lacking, which is the ultimate indictment.
I think questioning effort is tough. I think there was a resignation after the third goal at that point. Because, I mean, still when it's a one-goal game, fluky things can happen, get in the box, get a penalty, something along those lines. But, yeah, it wasn't good. It didn't look good. But it was early, too. Like, I think it's hard to start questioning effort in the 10th minute of a game. Things aren't going well. And they were just overrun. That spacing was bad. Tim, I heard you talk about the Pulisic stat of giving the ball away 11 times. He couldn't keep a ball on his foot. And it's not a good look. But I don't know if it's effort or not. They were just not anywhere close to being at the same pace that Belgium was playing at.
Producer Joe, friend of the program, a longtime producer on this presentation.
In the TMA Hall of Fame, I believe.
Yeah, TMA Hall of Famer, 2004 to 2013, the first decade of the program, and a big soccer fan. If you wanted to get into the soccer nerdiness of it, I want you to go into the weeds. I want you to talk down to us. What were you observing from the outset? Because what we were saying, and it sounds like you were listening to the first segment, is it never looked like the team that we saw during the group stage and in the Bosnia-Herzegovina game. From the outset, they were on the defensive, and I rarely felt like they were on the offensive.
Oh, no, they were pinned back. Spacing was not good. And it appeared as though they were surprised that Belgium was just going to play direct as can be. And they were just firing balls at Tim Ream and Chris Richards, from Courtois, from a back, launching balls, and they were winning every second ball. That was the bigger problem. We might get ahead. The center backs may have gotten ahead to it, but winning the second ball then was out of the question. And I think that's the biggest part of all of it, was it looked like they were shocked at the way that they were playing. Maybe the fact that De Bruyne didn't start and Doku didn't start and Romelu Lukaku didn't start, that you have an hour and 15 minutes when the team sheets come out. And, it's a quick conversation at that point. But it was almost like they were surprised that it was just going to be so direct. Belgium wasn't trying to play out of the back. And they were bypassing the United States midfield. And then they couldn't win second balls. Tyler Adams didn't have a good day yesterday, and I really like Tyler Adams. Weston McKennie, I don't think you could question his effort of going back to the first question. I think he played really well the entire tournament. But, yeah, just not winning second balls. And then to concede so quickly after you get yourselves back in the game, it's a gut punch, but you still have halftime to get things together. It's an interesting choice that Gio Reyna is the first person off the bench and replacing Serginho Dest. Reyna doesn't play enough in non-World Cup years, can't stay healthy, doesn't get to play. And one of the things I was thinking about, of the 10 outfield players, who would be in the conversation in 2028 or 2030, pardon me. McKinney's going to be on the wrong side of 30. Pulisic's going to be on the wrong side of 30. Adams going to be on the wrong side of 30. Tim Ream, 38-year-old center backs aren't a big thing these days anyway. And Serginho Dest is going to be close to 30 at that point. And Anthony Robinson's going to be on the wrong side of 30 at that point too. So while you talk about like United States golden generation, there's a lot of kids coming through, which is good, but a huge core of this team is not going to be back or shouldn't be featuring all that much just based on their age profile at that point.
You alluded to it a little bit with some of the substitutions. What about Mauricio Pochettino on the whole? What did you think?
No
hedging.
I was happy with him after Bosnia. I don't know if Mauricio Pochettino has anything to do with a ball getting to bounce in the box because you've got three United States defenders around it, not sure what to do with it for the first goal. And I'm not sure it's Mauricio Pochettino's problem that his center back got bullied or that his goalkeeper just couldn't clear a ball. The first three goals are the ones that matter. I realize there was a fourth, but I'm not sure how much of that's Pochettino. He can only select the pool of players that he has, and I think it's an indictment that you're relying on a 38-year-old center back. That it's a developmental issue at that point, and it's also like Pulisic in 2026 has played less than 1,100 minutes, which is really hard to do, and he's got one assist in that entire time and no goals. And I'm not sure that's a Pochettino problem. That it's Chris can't stay healthy, and when he is healthy, he goes through spurts. He was maybe one of the top 5 players in Serie A at the beginning of the year, and then injuries got him again. And less than 1,100 minutes is less than 12 full 90s at that point. And the United States just finished their 5th game in the World Cup, which tells you how little he was playing at AC Milan the back half of the year.
Producer Joe's with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Producer Joe, taking away from the specificity of the actual gameplay, you as a big soccer fan, someone who played at the college level and has been involved in the game throughout your life, a lot of people, Richard Deitch, who used to book on this show, if I'm not mistaken, was talking about the possibility of having 50 million viewers on Fox last night. They had 33 million for the Bosnia game, so you know what kind of numbers you're looking at. And so a large number of people who were tuning in last night would be the opposite of you, not people who are watching MLS games, not people who are familiar with whether you're talking about spacing or substitutions. They're just fans, and they're pulling for the United States. And then you have that opportunity for the game because, in addition to it being the opportunity of advancing to the quarterfinals for the first time in 24 years, it's in the United States, and you have it play out like that. What do you think that does for the game of soccer in the United States?
Well, it's not nearly as bad as 2018 and not making it to the World Cup. So I think if you got to kind of start building levels of disappointment, not making it in 18 is exponentially worse than what happened last night. And in fact, getting to the knockout stage in 22 after not making it in 18, I think was a nice stepping stone. Not being able to go further now, and especially playing at home in that part I get, it's a setback, I think. Big picture, it's probably not the end of the world right away. Right now, it just feels worse because it's so immediate. It doesn't matter that you were going to play Spain on Friday if you got through. And I don't think anybody would have expected anything to have come from that game. But I think the level of performance and the way that it looked is not a good thing for U.S. soccer. But it's nowhere near as bad as it was 8 years ago.
What's your level of interest now? We were saying around the dais, these guys were 8 or 9 out of 10 going into the U.S. match. What about now for you with what's left?
Oh, I was at a 10, and I'm probably still at a 9.5 just because I love watching the games. And so, yeah, Fox isn't worried whether I'm turning off the TV or not. And there's still a lot of really good games to go.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, and the tournament's been fantastic.
It has. There's going to be a Sunday, I guess, in a week and a half. Is my math decent enough?
Yeah, the 19th will be the finale.
Yeah, a little over a week and a half. That, it's going to ideally be as good as it could possibly be. And the tournament has been good. There hasn't been a whole lot of boring games, which is, I think, I don't care if a whole bunch of people start liking soccer. I don't need that in my life, like the people who want people to get into it. But not having boring games is the one thing I don't want.
When you look at what's left, you've got the Mbappe and Haaland and Harry Kane, and then Messi's still playing, and all these big names out there. Does the U.S. Is there anything in the pipeline? Is there a next big name? The next Pulisic, we've talked about the disappointment, but he was the name for a number of years. Anybody in the pipeline that, because it does seem like star power, especially at the striker, is an issue.
Yeah, well, I mean, Balogun should still be playing in 2030. So that's always been kind of the one position of who's going to be the striker this window or this cycle. Caven Sullivan's probably the hottest name right now. He's still playing at Philadelphia Union, but has a Manchester City contract. When he can go over, the age comes into play with it. He's young. He was at the game last night, I know. He would probably be the next one, but he's still going to be really young in 2030 at that point. You know, there's not a Pulisic, and I think it'd be wise to stop anointing, because it was Freddie Adu for a while, and then it was this. Like, just wait for it to happen, because there's so much that can happen in development. And injuries have been a big problem for Christian the entire time. It didn't matter whether, you know, when he was at Chelsea, he was hurt quite a bit. And he's hurt in Italy. He was hurt in Germany when he was with Dortmund. That injuries can just derail people, and it's a freak thing. There's a lot of kids that come through La Masia, which is Barcelona's youth academy, and they play Lamine Yamal. That you got to start worrying about the numbers of games that these kids are playing too, and there's a responsibility that comes with it, and it's easy to overexpose because managers want to win games, both national and club. But yeah, there's so many things that can happen, unfortunately. But no, I don't think there's a huge name, Martin, that didn't make this team, but he's going to be the focal point for the next one. There's not that guy just yet, and there's a lot of players that are probably going to have to be replaced or take on bigger roles. While, you know, you could have a De Bruyne situation with Weston McKennie or Tyler Adams, where you're saving him for games so you can maximize their minutes.
Producer Joe, you're getting compliments in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. That's not really what that text inbox is usually for, and it's not really what your experience was, if memory serves, when you were actually on the show.
No, people hated me, and it's all right. That you know, it's I'm fine. It is odd to hear somebody saying something nice, but you know, for every nice thing, there's going to be two or three nasty.
Well,
things.
Joe, you know, some people like some things.
And some people don't like other things.
Some people don't like other things. I like that easy pass. Boy, it comes in handy when you're down at Ballpark Village.
Ballpark Village, baseball lots all around the stadium. There's 2 ball games today. There's ball games all week. There's concerts coming to the Dome and to Enterprise Center. City is back in action in a week and 2 days, finally. And you can get your parking passes at easypasses.com. It's an easy one shop. Get your parking. You don't have to worry about where you're going. And it takes care of you. It's very convenient to have.
Joe knows his stuff. That's from Just Don't Press Push. Great to hear a producer actually bring some knowledge to the program.
No.
How did Paper's
fair.
wagering advice go yesterday? That's from the mayor of Burkesville.
Portugal did not get on the board.
It failed me once again.
Yeah, that's also what happens when you rely on a 41-year-old striker who the whole team seems to want to play through.
Yeah.
You know,
Well, the Papers play was that of the 4 teams in action, all 4 would score a goal, correct?
Boy, and the U.S. was lucky to get the one.
yeah, I was on both teams to score for the United States game because I knew they would concede at some point. Portugal didn't have a good World Cup either, and it was laboring for them at times. That was it last Thursday night. They had to scrape by as well, but yeah, tough for them.
I missed that Joe. He's great. That's from Brian Henshin.
Hey, Mrs.
But Brian Henshin is sideways with Iggy, so that could just be the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
No, Henshin was one of the best interns I think we ever had.
How about that? How about that?
Well,
He was good.
he is known as the #1 Asian intern. I'm not clear on who #2 is in that department, but he is still the #1 Asian intern.
Well, he's great. And Indianapolis, fun little city. I played golf with a guy from Indianapolis on Friday morning, actually.
Oh, Tim, you played golf with a guy from Indianapolis.
Was
How
it
about
Henshin?
that?
I did, yeah. Well, you brought up Indianapolis. I mentioned Indianapolis as well.
Well, he's the Colts beat writer.
Yeah.
Theory. He's working on a Caitlin Clark autograph ball as we speak.
For Iggy. That's correct.
I wouldn't work too hard on that.
There it is. Producer Joe, thank you for giving us your analysis of last night's disappointment for the United States men's national team. You're a gentleman.
Well, you guys are the best. I enjoy chatting with you.
God bless. Thanks, Joe.
Bye.
There's producer Joe with us here on the program.
Boy, when he mentioned Spain's minor academy, I said, Minnie McDermott, holy smokes. Good for Joe. Great hit, great analysis. Love me some Joe.
And also made it clear he supports Henshin not getting the autographed ball for Iggy and Gobble Bowl.
Well, I'm going to need Henshin to get that ball so a little of the pressure comes off of me on the Kachuk stick, okay?
Yeah.
The non-ling, who was a member of the International Brotherhood of Nitwits with producer Joe, I think that was 2010 to 2012 on this show, says Joe is great, Henshin is great, yay, Ibon. And this union is still functioning at a high level. You don't want to get sideways with this union. This thing is dangerous, the International Brotherhood of Nitwits. You can express your support at 314-399-9646, or you can open up your YouTube app and join the friends who have gathered in the Form Energy YouTube chat. Joe is a legend. I used to watch games with him. He's super knowledgeable. That's from Don Hoffman. That's your guy.
The Don.
Yeah, the Don.
I second the Don's motion there.
About that.
I'm a big producer Joe guy.
And I'll repeat the story. There was a day, big league broadcasting, Tim, they were big league. And they came from Atlanta. Mm-hmm. And then there was a day about 2 years ago, and producer Joe and Brian Burwell both let go on the same day. And Joe Buck called me and said, "How would you let that happen? What do you?" And I said, "I know Burwell and I are friends. I'm going to call over." Then he goes, "I'm talking about producer Joe." He was
Get screwed.
Joe Buck was sideways with the fact that they let go, which is not funny, unfortunately.
You can express your support for producer Joe. Text in, call in, or talk it over in the Form Energy YouTube chat. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Little Jackie Papers with you. Doug Vaughn vacationing this week. Cam Jansen's going to be in on Thursday and Friday here on the presentation. Looking forward to having Cam in. He's a big papers guy. Cam's a big papers guy.
I'm disappointed I won't be with him. I'm off Thursday and Friday.
Off.
I'm off Thursday and Friday.
That's right. You're
so
off.
I get no Cam
where are you
time.
Going? Lake?
Table Rock, yeah.
Wow.
Oh, look at me.
And I've asked Bob Thomas to call in because he said he's got material on you from last Monday at Belle Reeve.
Yeah,
he learned some things.
Yeah, tomorrow. I'm here tomorrow.
I'll reach out again.
Okay. But I'm sad I won't get any Cam time.
Cam's a big fan.
I'm a big fan of Cam. Always have been.
How can you not be?
He's, of all the people, we've had many a fill-in guest host with us, and one of my absolute favorites is Cam Jansen.
Who don't you like?
I don't know if I have an answer to that. I don't know if I have an answer.
And who doesn't like Cam? Everybody loves
Cam. He might be the most popular guy in town.
Is that right, really?
He's just nice to everybody, like default nice.
Enthusiasm.
Enthusiasm is a 10 out of 10, his zest for life. And
You like how big his hands are, you said.
Well, I like how much he uses his hands when he talks. He's
active talker.
he's
Yeah, but then
all
you
over the
shook
place.
hands and you became enamored.
Well, I tried making fun of him for having somewhat smaller hands, and then he enveloped my hands in a handshake that really hurt. So I was like, still a pro athlete, so maybe I should check myself.
Suck it, Joe. Iggy forever. That's from Moistes de Lou. Possible burner.
Oh, yeah.
Suck
it's in
it, Joe.
parentheses,
Iggy
possible
forever.
burner. Yeah, it's a war on the audience. Whose side are you on? Producer Joe or Iggy? That battle will live forever because neither one is going to back down in that war. You can express your support or hatred in the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That's Seth Goldcamp's company, the longest-running sponsor on TMA. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. I'm a client. I had Design Air over, I think it was 2 weeks ago. Maybe it was a week ago. And, you can count on them. When the temperatures are hot and the air conditioning isn't working, go to designairservice.com, and they will come out there and take care of it quick, fast, in a hurry with no upselling. That's Design Air Heating and Cooling, the longest-running sponsor on TMA. DesignAirService.com.
Tim, how about this compliment? Wow, I remember producer Joe being a D-bag. Nice segment, fellas.
How about that?
The ultimate turn.
Yeah, how about
Putting your
that?
hands together for the lovely producer Joe.
I think Cam's a great guy, but I don't enjoy him on the show. There's Beer Cats, so there you go. You got.
I disagree.
And Martin, you just became exasperated.
You just can't win.
I disagree.
You just can't win. Cam's the best. Sweaty fella.
Boy, can he sweat.
Sweaty fella.
I don't know if he's been on the show where Doug is out and it's me and you. I don't believe so.
I believe you are correct with that.
I think it's a fun dynamic.
So I was about to say it'll be a new dynamic.
I think that'll be really good. Chairman on the board. I think that'll be.
You'll be at Table Rock. Doug will be at the Hamptons.
Yeah, I think
What
that'll
a change there. You went to Table Rock so Doug could go to the Hamptons.
Well, I've always been meat and potatoes, despite conjecture.
Yeah, there is conjecture.
What I hate currently is there's just all this bro stuff, like, because a lot of it to me is fake, and a lot of these pro athletes are, bro, what's up, man? Oh, bro. Cam has like a bro vibe, but it's real. Like everything he's a bro.
He's been doing that forever.
I know he's not a fake bro, and there's just a lot of those out there now, and it's annoying.
Yeah, but like I feel like a part of the bro culture is like being a touch standoffish, and Cam is anything but that.
But he has the bro.
Being a bro is being standoffish?
I think that's part of it.
Is that right? Really?
I think a little bit. I think to like people that you don't know is to be a touch standoffish or aggro, whereas Cam is anything but that. He's inviting to everybody.
Alpha Gamma Rho?
Yeah.
The farmer fraternity?
That's right. Farmhouse.
Well, it's a separate fraternity.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know if we. Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Alpha Gamma Rho, aggro.
They didn't really have like a house or anything, right?
I can't speak to that, but farmhouse, the Greek letters F and H, and you're saying that Cam and bros are not aggro?
Like it means like aggressive.
Got it.
Like you're like kind of being intentionally aggressive to someone you don't really know. That is not Cam. Cam,
aggressive and standoffish are two different things, I think. Am I right on that?
I think they can be similar.
Martin?
If someone's being aggressive towards you, do you feel? I feel like they're being standoffish.
If they're aggressive towards you,
Yeah.
they're being standoffish. I don't know if I follow.
I just don't think it makes any sense.
Do you think if someone being standoffish is being cold?
I do.
Okay, well, he's not that either.
Right, but you said aggro.
Right, and I don't think he's that either.
It's as if producer Joe's running around in your body right now.
No, I feel like I'm being trapped.
No, you trapped yourself, son.
No. I feel like I'm on the witness stand, and I don't like the tone of the counselor.
Well, you're not. I cannot interrogate you any further because I am so confused by the premise.
No, I'm right. I'm right. Feels good to be right.
Feels good.
Well, they don't agree with that in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Huh? That's from Bobby Big Wheels. Mr. Banger says, WTF. And then Grandma Johan says, I love papers. Standoffish and aggressive are not the same. That's from Grandma
all right,
Johan.
Fine. Take the victory.
I'm getting dumber. That's from Mr. Banger.
No, this
Jackson, just shut up and let's move on.
I was just trying to be nice. I was just trying to be nice and explain it. And I feel like people could have made the slight bridge for where I was going.
People, are you talking about anybody?
We've lost him.
Present,
Seven, what is it, 56? Have we lost you?
Present company included. I feel like we all could have made the bridge, the mental bridge to what I was talking about. And yet we're choosing to plant the flag. And I don't appreciate it.
I'm getting a headache from Jackson's truck driver.
I'm fine.
If I may interrupt, did I miss the Brody Kachuk autograph update from Mr. Martin during 7-1.3? Thanks and free perk. Hi, Nani. That's from Brian Henshin, who was raved about by producer Joe. Martin, the Brody Kachuk hockey stick update. If you
well, I could
out,
sign it Brody Kachuk, so that would not be a problem. That's for charity. I have, it's on, I have a running list here of things to do, people to get to, and it is Brody Kachuk stick.
Nice.
It's on my list here.
Papers Gen Z is shining. That's from the 660.
Sick. Got one off on the younger folks.
That didn't seem like that one rattled you.
Well, no, I mean, if that puts gas in his engine, whatever. Okay, so standoffish is someone who behaves in a distant, aloof, or somewhat unfriendly manner. I would say someone who's being aggro is being unfriendly. So there. That would be the gap. I understand that
Did
they
you
might
just
not mean the exact same
nana-nana me?
thing,
Like-
but either way, I'm saying that Cam is warm and inviting, so he's not standoffish, nor is he aggro.
And all I was trying to say is that there's a lot of like every up and down the podcast fear. What's up, bro? Oh, yeah, bro. I went to that. No way. Whoa. Cam sounds like that.
So
but
you're
it's-
thinking of the Kelsey brothers.
Maybe.
Are you thinking of
maybe
anything else?
loosely.
Honest, are you thinking of anything else? Because that wouldn't be necessarily my scene per se.
Kind of a
but I'm trying to
Kelsey
think.
brother vibe. I feel like I hear it other places, but yes, Kelsey brothers
Jackson, what else
comes to mind?
Would come to mind on
Like in the bro tone that's out there now. Probably some of the barstool stuff. It's like there's a lot of bro stuff going on. Cam to me sounds that way, but it's real. He's not doing a
It's who
performance.
he is.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not a performance.
It's like if a lady who's now in her 30s or 40s has a vocal fry, but she had it in 2009, you'd go, you know what? Sure.
Yeah.
Is the vocal fry a bit played out? Why, yes. Why, yes, it is. But I remember her at Lucas Park, and when she was all hopped up and thinking about snorting one off the key, she was using the vocal fry. And so I support her vocal fry in 2026.
Okay, gaslight girl boss gatekeep.
That's the rare gentleman with a vocal fry.
deep breath, Jax. Don't let him get to you. That's from the Lime Ace.
I need to be coached.
Wow.
So
you don't want support from the Lime Ace.
Well, I don't. I
It
don't.
was a compliment. They were with
no,
you.
that was
and then
not a compliment. That was someone saying no.
No, he said, "Don't let him get to you."
Wrong. That was
What?
that was backhanded as hell.
Really?
That is building on the premise that I'm upset. I'm not.
You seem agitated, son.
I'm only get upset when people tell me that I'm upset.
Jeff Burkett, call back in
No.
and calm this
No.
fella down. Calm this fella down now.
No, Dad. Go play golf.
Slow day in sports, eh? From Painter Guy. Well, we talked a lot of soccer, Cardinal bullpen. We've now moved on to Jackson being a little on the ropes.
Now I'm being. No, you know what? I'm going to be standoffish.
He says, fine, F you.
Good.
So he's
now we're
out.
talking.
He was on your side.
No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't.
Disagree.
No, it was building towards something.
He is definitely upset. That's from In DeBoer We Trust.
Nope.
Are you being standoffish or aggressive? Because I can't
I'm
tell
going
the
to start
difference.
becoming standoffish, and if you keep it up, I might turn aggressive.
Wow. But you acknowledge that would be two different things then in order to turn.
Yeah, I've conceded.
Okay, the putt's conceded. I mean, it was 2 feet. I'm not going to miss that.
I've conceded.
You can text in 314-399-9646. You can also talk it over in the Form Energy YouTube chat. We close out our healthcare evolution 7 o'clock hour and head into the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. Martin, would you like to tell the people about Michael's Baths?
I love talking about Michael's Baths. They were in our home, redid the kids' bathroom. Looks fantastic. The before, the after, it is just stunning what they were able to do. My wife said, hey, I want to get that kids' bathroom redone. It's where a lot of the folks who, if we have friends or family spend the night, that's the bathroom they're using, and it has just gotten old and fallen apart. And they came out from Michael's, put together a plan, reasonably priced, and I think that's a lot of the fear for people. Oh, it's just too expensive to redo the bath. It's not. When you work with Michael's Baths, you can find them online. The plural is michaelsbaths.com. Call to set up an appointment. And the folks that come out to meet with you, they are former installers, so they understand exactly what the process is. That makes a big difference as well. 636-775-0800. And if you're in the 101 ESPN listening area, they will come to your home. 636-775-0800. It's just tremendous what they're able to do with that room. Things that you didn't realize. Hey, that wall could come out. You can move that shelf over there. They can redesign everything for you if they got the expertise. And it's a family-owned business. Michael started it himself. This is now 30 years of experience. That's all they do is bathrooms. That's it. All reviews are 5-star. Get online, michaelsbaths.com, or call 636-775-0800. They've got financing available. All of the installers work for Michael. So all those folks that were in our house, they all work directly. There's no subcontracting going on. Whether it's a tub-to-shower conversion or a full high-end bathroom remodel, whatever you're looking to do, they can do it for you. 636-775-0800.
Hey, Jackie, don't be angry. I still want to introduce my nostrils to your brin. Sniff, sniff. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. So you've just been propositioned by an older woman who has a very successful monogramming business and is currently going through her 8th divorce.
Yeah, but I don't know what I really get out of that. You know what I'm saying?
Well, now you're starting to kink shame her, and that might be a problem.
Well, I don't even care about that. I just sniff away. But Best case,
Sniff away? Has that ever been said in sports radio? Sniff away?
but best case scenario, you go into a long-term relationship with her, and I think we know how that all ends. Although,
I think you're in a position to receive maintenance.
Would I then get the king's ransom?
With that monogramming business, she's the breadwinner.
Yeah.
You're in this industry.
Right. So let's see. This seems pretty nice.
Yeah. So I think it's time to let her sniff.
Well, I can't rule it out then.
Let's connect, and you guys go see Han on Friday.
I'll be at the lake. I'll be at the lake.
Following Friday.
We do have some Cardinal news, Tim.
What?
Tease ahead. We've got Cardinal news.
Time spent listening.
Yes.
Time spent listening. We'll
Sniff
have that
away.
coming up for you. Sniff away on TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Cardinals Brewers today, split doubleheader, 1:15 p.m. first game, 6:45 p.m. second game. No starter yet announced for that early game. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
Welcome back to the Morning After 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackie Papers with you on the program. Chairman Kurt mans the Collier and Thompson phone lines if you want to call in and be a friend of the feather. Doug Vaughn is vacationing, and he will return on Monday. There is your official lineup. Jackson is vacationing on Thursday and Friday. Cam Jansen will join me and Martin on Thursday and Friday, and maybe gluten-free Perk tomorrow.
There you go. That'd be sweet.
You'd like to have Perk in?
Sure.
That'd be a gift to Henshin before you go out of town. I think he's worried you might sleep around on him while you're at Table Rock.
Right. Well, nothing to worry about, Brian.
It's kind of alumni week around here. Friends of the show just reappearing.
It's kind of been like that.
Chuck Marlowe and his son brought his son in. We had kids all over the place.
Yeah.
It's a family-friendly show.
It is a family show.
Summer
it's
reunion.
always been a family show.
Yeah, it's like a summer barbecue, like a reunion.
Summer barbecue. Paper said in the update, no starter named yet. However,
or is there?
I like it. It's related to the tease that we before the last segment ended. Jeff Jones from Words About Birds. He's covered the Cardinals for a number of years now. Jeff Jones reporting that the Cardinals are promoting Luis Gastelum. Hopefully I'm saying that correct. From Mexico. Luis Gastelum pitching in Memphis. He is being promoted for his major league debut ahead of today's doubleheader. A source with direct knowledge says it'll require a 40-man spot as well as an active roster spot.
Wow.
Gastelum's sitting on a stretch of 18 consecutive scoreless appearances for Memphis. 2.27 ERA, 49 strikeouts in 43 2/3 innings. Take out one ugly appearance on May 13th when he allowed 6 runs on 2 outs. That ERA would be closer to 1.05. He's got a disgusting wiffle ball changeup. So according to Jeff Jones, the Cardinals promoting Luis Gastelum. When he says major league debut, I would assume that means he's starting the first game. I'm assuming that, but he's a reliever, so that would make it a bullpen start. Of sorts. I thought Hunter Dobbins was coming back, but they could also move like a guy like Fernandez out. I don't know. So I think there'll be a number of pitching
I think Fernandez will be on the I-55 South train real soon. That would be
Walshy and the boys will be moving a lot of duffel bags today and tomorrow. I would
expectation. Sharon and Clayton, with regard to the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom's invite to Jackson, says no woman would ever text that in. You just officially outed yourself, Mom. That's Sharon in Clayton. I guess the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom and Sharon and Clayton at one time were in an alliance with Harrison's brother Master. Now, the Warson Woods Wacko was pursuing a relationship with Sharon and Clayton. I don't know where that stands. My understanding was they were going to the Taylor Swift-Travis Kelce wedding, and we have not heard back to see how that went. Meanwhile, the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom is following up on her offer of betting Jackson. I will put you on scholarship for a weekend, Papers, as long as I can stick my chin on that bin. Please confirm. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom.
Wow. Invite's so enticing. How can one say no?
Sniff away to me is the takeaway from that whole segment. A number of people saying Dobbins is starting.
Jugs in D.C., Atlantic 10 Baseball Insider and Major League Baseball Insider.
And also Hottie Toddy. See, I thought Dobbins had been recalled or was getting his stuff was being loaded back into his locker yesterday with the anticipation he would make the start. But reading from Jeff, when you see Major League debut, I assumed, or maybe just his first call-up, I thought he was insinuating that he would be starting. But nonetheless, Luis Gastelum, and maybe that's just for Fernandez. Maybe that's just a bullpen move. I stand corrected.
Like I said, not a chick. That's from Sharon and Clayton. And the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom says, no, Sharon, me am girl, you dum-dum. So it's getting good and it's getting sophisticated in the Air Comfort Service text inbox where they're arguing right now. But you can also argue if you want in the Form Energy YouTube chat. Cardinals, I feel like this has got on the brink potential. Now, maybe that's not fair because ESPN gave their mid-season grades today, even though we're well past mid-season. But David Schoenfeld just posted this morning. And Martin, 2 teams got A+. The Cardinals are not one of them. What 2 teams got A+?
I have to apologize. I was reading some text here. The category was, now this is 2 days in a row where I had a mini stroke. A+ is for just their first half?
That's correct, from David Schoenfeld. Just posted on ESPN. His mid-season grades, even though we are past the mid-season point.
What about the Brewers?
The Brewers are one of them. The Brewers are one of them.
I mean, they're 23 games over 500.
And on pace for 101 wins. How about that?
I'll tell you what, I'm excited for this Brewers series.
Okay.
Charlie.
Okay, well, and the Braves have faded. The Phillies have surged.
Faded.
Do the Dodgers get it even though they get graded on a curve?
I have to put you on the clock. You have to submit your answer.
I'll just go Dodgers.
No, I'm sorry. They got an A.
Lazy answer. Oh, got an A.
Yep. The White Sox, A+.
Why? Oh, yeah.
Don't live in the past, Jim.
Was that Matt the Bat?
Yeah. He's always mad at Jim.
The Rays also got an A, and the Braves got an A-. The Marlins got an A-, and your St. Louis Baseball Cardinals received a B+. Another team that has overperformed its preseason expectations. The Cardinals have played themselves into the playoff picture behind a monster first half from Jordan Walker, a superb all-around performance from rookie J.J. Weatherholt, and his 4.2 wins above replacement, clutch hitting from Alec Burleson, and on-base machine Vaughn Herrera, 24 hit by pitches, by the way. They've gone 7-2 in extra inning games, even though the bullpen is just 17th in ERA and the rotation is 28th in strikeout rate. So there are some indicators this might not continue, but the Cardinals are interesting for the first time in years. That is how they got the B+.
I think B+ fits. It feels about right. Jordan Walker talking pregame yesterday about the All-Star nod. He said it was great because he heard from a lot of the guys that are down in Memphis, including Nolan Gorman, Vic Scott, Sajacy. And I asked him, I said, what do you think is different? Like, well, how did this season sort of happen? And he said it really is confidence. It seems to me like he just, once it clicked for him, you get kind of out of the tank mentally. So a lot of great talk with Walker, who admits it's been kind of a journey. I just still think it's startling. I mean, the B+ wouldn't happen without Walker being an all-star. This team wouldn't be where they are in the standing. To me, that's just the most stunning development, right? If you told me that the Cardinals would have a winning record at the All-Star break, I would have been surprised. If you told me Jordan Walker is an all-star,
yeah,
I would have been like, get the hell out of it. It's absolutely stunning what's happened.
And so this is where I am, and I think I'm probably in the minority. I don't know. Maybe other people view it this way because right now you're in the fight. You know that you're up against it. I mean, if you were to set the over-under, and that's why I was saying before talking about the grades handed out by ESPN, that this season feels like it could be on the brink this week because of the domino effect of last night and now a doubleheader. If I were to set the over-under on Cardinal wins today at 0.5, I think a lot of people would probably say, I think I'm probably going to go under. It's going to be difficult considering the set of circumstances. At the same time, how many times over the course of this year have we said, oh, this could be the beginning, and this is fresh off of them taking 4-6 on the road against two playoff teams, and the Cubs and the Braves. But because of the situation that Ali Marmol addressed with the pitching, and you've got a doubleheader, and you've got no days off, and you've got a team that's on pace for more than 100 wins, and you've got the current NL East leader coming to town before you get a day off with the All-Star break, this is legitimately critical. Because if it gets away from you and you lose all but one or two of these games, that really shapes the mindset for how you approach that deadline, which will be fast approaching. So from that standpoint, as odd as it might sound, I do look at this as a really key stretch here of 7 games. And it could have been set off last night in a majorly positive way. And instead, to not only lose the game, but then see that bullpen get burnt and blow it in that fashion, and then sit there and go, okay, you got the Miz today, you got whatever you're going to have in one of the starts, and you're going to have to try to find a way to stop the bleeding quickly. Plus, you got the Brewers for 2 more after that, and then the Braves for 3. This is a perilous moment. Now, with that all established, that's the in-the-moment view. You just brought up being in the playoff mix, being above 500, and Jordan Walker being an all-star. So taking that all away and really even right up there with Walker is J.J. Weatherholt. Now we just expect things from him. I mean, this guy hadn't played a major league game 4 months ago. So therefore, from that standpoint, assuming there isn't a significant injury to either one of them, this first half of the season sets the stage for the season as a whole already being a success relative to where the bar was. And that's because you've got two guys who are 24 years old who are showing signs of being stars, and you need a foundation. So along those lines, that is incredibly encouraging. And I know, Jackson, you have had an obsession with the catcher position. But there is a really good chance that when the deadline rolls around, whether the Cardinals are buyers or sellers, they are going to utilize that depth at catcher to either acquire more prospects or acquire pitching for the 2026 season. In addition to that, Burleson, as noted in that article, has improved substantially. And so from that standpoint, I think most people who are Cardinal fans feel better about this team now. And now I'm not talking about for 2026, but I'm certain that's the case. But more importantly, long term, over the next few years, based on what you've seen through the first approximate 90 games of the season. And therefore, that's a substantial positive.
And because Walker has been so good, it's almost easy to kind of gloss over Burleson, who's been a very good big leaguer, but not that next level yet. He's on pace for 116 RBIs. He has become just an RBI machine. That lineup does look better. If Mason Wynn can hit 6th or 7th for you most nights, that's great. And that Nathan Church, none of us were talking about him in February. He seems to be a decent big league player. But the Walker emergence, just sitting there in the dugout yesterday, I was thinking how many times we had interviewed Ollie or Mo. Hey, when are you going to call Walker back up? What's he working on in Memphis? What do you think? How's his velo? All these different topics. It was exhausting. And he himself would talk about it. Well, I'm trying, guys. I'm going to do this next, and we're going to work on this. And it's got to be liberating for him, just having been peppered for a couple of years. Hey, what's wrong? Hey, what's wrong? And now here he is going to Philadelphia to be an all-star.
Only listen on the radio. I never knew what you all looked like, but I assumed Jackson was a beaut. Finally saw you guys on Instagram. Turns out I was right. That's from the 314.
Wow.
How about that?
That's nice.
My guess is she's about 22. She's probably a tri-delt. And she's pursuing a medical degree after graduation.
Yeah.
And maybe enjoys the soft touch of a woman on the side.
I can see all of that, but the unfortunate reality, unfortunate might be the wrong word there, is it's a guy in his 40s, probably in West County. Yeah.
Oh, West County.
Yeah. Like,
Moneyed circles.
Sure. You know, more of the working
You don't think the general Hoosier man finds you attractive?
Hoosier man.
Not publicly.
Oh, in your DMs?
Yeah. Boy.
Paper stock, even though you just had a mini meltdown last segment, your stock is way up.
Give me your fucking feet.
How about that?
Stock.
That change your mind?
Yeah.
I thought I was going to get Goodfellowed by you.
No. It's all love. It's always been love.
Thanks for checking out the cameras here. The Form Energy YouTube chat. We're on cameras.
This is on Instagram. What do we have on Instagram?
Oh, yeah.
Probably the video of me taking a swing.
Oh, the golf swing?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Which Saturday or Friday night I get sniped. Some guy goes, besides being too fast over the top and
you got golf swing criticism out in public.
Some guy comments on the Instagram.
Oh, on the Instagram.
Yeah, well, I got hit with it. I was sitting there on Friday night and I see my phone. It goes, some guy's like, despite being too quick over the top and somehow not finishing your swing, your swing still sucks. I was like, oh. It's like I'm out here and enjoying my leisure time. I'm getting
even on a Friday night on a holiday weekend. You're never safe.
No. It's like, all right, post your swing there, dude. What do you got? What's your game looking like?
But you, sir, are what we call an A-list local celebrity.
That's right.
And this is the price you pay for all that ass.
It's true.
Think about that.
Yeah.
Papers, how about I come down there and slap your big butt cheeks? Is that okay? That's from Marsh's burner.
No. No slapping.
Guys, I am a DG. We are streaming from a sister's bachelorette party in Santa Barbara. That's from Mr. Mudjack Mike.
That's what I pray in Santa Barbara. Lottie frickin' da.
Anybody who uses the word butte is at least 220 plus pounds. That's from Wedding Tackle.
Isn't that a hockey thing? Calling someone a beauty? A beauty?
No.
Like Cam Jansen is a beauty.
No. Is he aggro or is he?
Neither. Not nor standoffish.
Dr. Brandon Pryor is not standoffish. As a matter of fact, he can help you out if you're having some sleep issues. Go to 100westdental.com. You're going 100 West Dental for sleep issues. Well, of course, he can continue to do what he's been doing for a number of years on Manchester and Baldwin. That is taking care of his patients and their teeth. But now he can also help get your sleep back. He treats sleep apnea with custom oral appliances, which is an alternative to a CPAP, so no mask, no machine for the right candidates. If you think you might have a sleep issue or you've already been diagnosed, they'll do a complimentary consultation to see if it's a fit. At least go get checked because bad sleep catches up with you. You're not performing at 100% if you're not sleeping right at work, in the gym, or anywhere. Visit 100westdental.com and go see Dr. Brandon Pryor. 100westdental.com and Dr. Brandon Pryor on Manchester in Baldwin. It's 8:23 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler. The program is called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel is changing the game because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Well, not anymore. With FanDuel Super Sub, if your player subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. Martin Kilcoyne here with a play for you.
Chairman Kurt and I were workshopping this.
What do we got?
The Miz is on the mound. Jacob Mizorowski pitching for the Brewers in Game 1. We think that's a Hunter Dobbins Cardinals start, maybe McGreevy in the nightcap. The number, according to sources here behind me, 7.5 strikeouts for the Miz. I'm sorry to say, I will take the over. Now, his last game, Timmy, only went 5 innings, struck out 10.
You're going over 7.5 on Miz K's
he did have 15 a few starts ago. So the over-under in the game for the Miz, 7.5 Ks. I'll go ahead and take that over.
Martin on the over. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. Must be 21 or older and present in Missouri. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, during this commercial break, a lot of stuff's going on in here. These Stiefel Studios on TMA. Larry Nichols on hold, not happy that he hasn't been put on the line yet, Martin.
This show's on a loop.
It just is, it's constant. And Iggy's agent is the name of a texter who has sent in video of his swing. Looks like he's at Family Golf and wants Jackson to break his swing down. Marcia's burner says it's a little embarrassing to shoot your shot at your local sports radio producer and get shot down live on the air, but I'll pull myself up by the bootstraps and move on to one of the hosts. I haven't decided which one yet. Tee-hee, with a little laughing emoji. So Marcia's burner, I guess, was trying to pursue Jackson.
He wanted to come down and slap his butt. And then got shut down.
Got it.
Papers gave it a hard Francesa no.
And then Chairman Stephen DeMunn, who hangs out at Sasha's to give Major League Baseball players advice on how to handle marriage, says it's sad enough that guys like me text in way too much, but when a gal does it, it seems worse. Get a life, Sharon. That's Chairman Steve in DeMunn, who is not happy with Sharon in Clayton.
Well, along with some self-reflection, though, that it's embarrassing how much he texts. He's willing to own that.
Speaking of grades, we just did the ESPN grades of MLB teams. Cardinals receiving a B+. Speaking of grades, I'm not sure if I've given Sharon's, quote, hubs an F for pawning that yappy shrew off on all of us each morning, or an A+ for the strategy of doing so. Poor bastard. That's from Arbor Day. So the term yappy shrew, I guess, is available at the moment, Jackson, in the Air Comfort Service text inbox.
Mm-hmm.
It's the first week of the month, so Jackson is giving those who want one and don't have one a text name at 314-399-9646.
And Papers loves when we remind the audience that they can text in for. What do you think yesterday, though? Honestly, about 10 of them? 15? Because most folks listening that text in have a name assigned. How many do you think yesterday on this first day? Last week, whatever.
This month's been a little slower, only because I think we have a lot of people with names in there. You know, I think we're at a point now where I don't know the exact number. I could tell you exactly how many contact names we have, but it's definitely over 1,000. So
and the shows all day, BK and Ferrario, Fastlane, when they go into this text inbox, they see if these are weird TMA kind of names, they see them all day.
1,800 text names saved.
Okay, there you go. And the last one just came in and said, okay. And they're from the 314. They need a name.
Oh, Papers. Yeah. He submitted a name that did not pass.
Oh, I see.
He shall not pass. But he can try again.
Yeah, because you are the arbiter. You are the text inbox police, and you're there for decency purposes.
I don't want to put anyone in a tough spot where they just read the text name. It's like, oh, probably shouldn't have read that.
One that we might read that other shows may not choose to read. And
how many guys are sharing the 3 beds at the lake this time? I believe it was 21 guys for 3 beds last year, Jackson. That's from Steven time.
Fair question. This is not a trip with the fellas. This is a trip with my family. So
you'll have your own bed?
Probably a couch situation. Youngest child. I likely will be on a couch or a blow mat, which I'm fine with. It's I've lived that. Been fine with it my whole life.
See, that shows your meat and potatoes.
Well, I mean, I got to have my own room as a kid. Pretty sweet.
I can't even imagine what that would be like.
Right, yeah. Tim lived in the equivalent of like the Cinderella Man basement.
It's correct, yeah.
Or more like the family bucket in Willy Wonka.
Yeah, that's
where
right.
you're all 4 of your grandparents, for some reason, sleep in the same bed all the time and never leave.
That's right. That's correct.
They've got lunch, and they've got shoes. That's enough, Missy. They don't need beds.
Criticizing someone for texting in while you're texting in. Enough said. Sharon in Clayton has officially issued her response. Larry Nickel is with us here in the Collier and Thompson phone lines. He is not happy with how long it's taken for us to get to him. Larry, on behalf of Jackson, I apologize.
Thank you.
Doug is vacationing this week, so I will do my best to shepherd this segment. Big night last night on Raw. I don't think anybody saw this coming, Larry.
Yeah, because it was in Chicago, Illinois, and the main event was supposed to be Sami Zayn, but defending the undisputed WWE title against Cody Rhodes. And then Cody Rhodes gets taken out by Gunther to kick off the show. And then they were scrambling to find a replacement. Nick Aldis, who's supposed to be on administrative leave for being SmackDown general manager, who I had the opportunity to meet down in Texas 4 years ago.
Nice.
He found a replacement. And he kept Sami Zayn in the dark. But when it came for the match, we find out it's Chicago's own CM Punk.
Okay.
Boy, I forget how much Doug does during these segments.
Doug. Well, what else? What else
Wait,
happened?
did somebody just tickle your belly or something? Like the Pillsbury Doughboy.
Nixie, what else happened there? Because I wasn't able to tune in. I couldn't get my remote to work.
I wish Doug was not vacationing in the Hamptons right now.
Jackson's place was only available this week, so he had to seize it.
He kind of secretly watches all of this pro wrestling, and he carries the segment. I apologize. I recorded it.
That's okay, Martin. But like I said, Doug was not in the Hamptons.
I agree.
Yeah.
I hope he's watching on YouTube and is probably thinking, why did I miss this?
Absolutely zero chance.
Not only because he wouldn't want to, Tim, because he wouldn't be able to technically.
Yeah, because he can't figure it out. But they also a lack of interest as well. You seen that Paige Van Zant's OnlyFans?
I don't subscribe to OnlyFans.
Clip that off. Yeah.
So this was in Chicago last night?
Yes, it was.
Did they do any kind of fun stuff with Cubs or Bears or any pro athletes show up?
No, they did not.
Oh, that's a miss. They were all watching the World Cup.
Actually, they got 4 sports teams up in Chicago. They have
Martin.
the Bears.
Nice.
They have the Bears, the Bulls, the Cubbies, and the team on the south side, the White Sox.
Blackhawks taking a hit.
Good for you, Larry.
Jackson is in support that he did not list the NHL franchise.
No, you're right, Larry.
I forgot about the Blackhawks. Sorry about that.
That's all right, MLS. I mean,
What about Danhausen?
Well, he wasn't there last night.
That Danhausen, that guy intrigues me.
Yeah, with all his experiments, so to speak.
And his little mini Danhausens. That's my guy.
Yeah.
Larry, do you have the top 5 countries in the world at your disposal?
Yes, I do, Tim. Thanks for asking. Number 5 will be Australia. Number 4 will be Italy. 3 will be Belgium.
No.
Oh, wow.
that hurts.
Wow.
But tipping his cap.
I'll redeem myself at number 1. Number 2, Canada. Number 1, United States of America.
Yes,
We kind of needed that today. We're a little down. Larry, are you a little down about the soccer result for our American squad?
Yes, I am, because it was all because of our favorite president, Donald Trump.
All because of him. Did you flip back and forth between the wrestling?
I couldn't because wrestling was on Netflix.
Okay, kind of tough to flip. Well, you missed it. They lost 4-1.
Yeah, I found that out on your favorite station, Martin, Channel 2.
There you go.
thanks,
Look at
buddy.
that. You're great. You are my number 1 ranked wrestling insider.
Larry, God bless you, and God bless these United States of America.
Hey, God bless America.
There he is, Larry Nickel, and he is recapping the fun and games on the WWE Recap. You can share your thoughts by texting in at 314-399-9646. You can also call in, like Larry Nickel did, at 314-974-0101. And you can talk it over with other TMA listeners in the Form Energy YouTube chat. Open up YouTube, type TMA STL, and subscribe to the channel. And that's where you can take it all in. James Carlton was in yesterday, and he is my insurance agent. He's also Jackson's insurance agent now. He is online at carltoninsurance.net. 500 5-star reviews for James Carlton. Jamie Rivers started the trend here about 9 months ago when he switched to James Carlton. I saw him, and he said, I cannot believe how much money I saved by switching to James. Like, I thought I might save some. I didn't realize how much. This is unreal. And then BK and Ferrario made the switch, and then Jackson made the switch, and now people are not only saving money with James Carlton, they're also experiencing the incredible customer service that James and his team, they have a deep roster, his team provide. That is why I am a very happy client and recommend you make the call at 314-961-4800 to make the switch to James Carlton, and you will experience the difference many of us here at 101 ESPN have as well. CarltonInsurance.net or 314-961-4800. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton, State Farm. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Whip appeal babyface 91. What?
Deep cut.
What do we got going on here? Is it Babyface's birthday?
No.
Are you whipped?
No.
Interesting. And then you look down.
I thought that
I'm
meant
come
like
back
a
over
car.
the top.
I thought
Here's the deal. I've got 6'8" suited. I wouldn't mind seeing a flop, but I also think I can take down the pot based on your involuntary reaction to look down when I questioned you.
I thought whip appeal was about a car, but I don't know.
Is that right?
Well, that's what.
You think Babyface saying like this about a car?
I don't know. I don't even know. I've never heard the song.
Well, why'd you all this
35 seconds because I previewed it when in the break and I said, "Hey, this sounds pretty good."
How did you land on it? It's 35 years old.
Hip hop / R&B hits from the 90s on Apple Music.
There.
A dense text.
Any other questions? There, stand firm, young man. Other side was me, Tim. Channel 2 and Martin replaying that third Belgium goal after every commercial break. This is brutal, capitalizing on the pain of the country. I don't know. That's from.
Is that what you guys are doing? You're capitalizing on the pain of the country. That's the business model?
That's pain engagement is what we're doing at the 2 Fox. Matt's Salsa Squirrel. Don't forget, though, guys, there is soccer today. Oh, it's still, the tournament is not over. Messi against Egypt. Argentina, 11 a.m., then Switzerland and Colombia.
What is the deal with the scheduling? The rest of the way.
I read something about the Friday game. So the quarterfinal Friday, which is now Spain and Belgium at 2 o'clock St. Louis time, that some of the scheduling was done to accommodate other countries for the watch. That's what I don't know if that's accurate, but like to accommodate Europe and other, because otherwise they'd be these quarterfinals like earlier games. Too bad, so sad. You got to watch it at 3, 4 a.m. That some of the times were placed that way by, I guess, FIFA.
Got it.
To accommodate people watching in other time zones.
So like Egypt be watching at 7 p.m., 6 p.m. as opposed to 2 in the morning, and Switzerland will be watching at 9 p.m. as opposed to.
Because I'm sure had the U.S. advanced that Friday game, they would have loved to have put it at night, but it must be a FIFA edict.
Mm-hmm.
Got it. Yeah, the 11 o'clock.
I don't know that for 100%, but
that
that does make sense.
You got Argentina and Egypt at 11 o'clock today. And then you could be in a spot where you could have Argentina and Colombia, should Colombia get past Switzerland. They were not happy with Christian Pulisic last night on the postgame. Carly Lloyd, who, of course, won a World Cup with the U.S. women's team, didn't pull any punches.
No, look, it's a bit of a downer for us being out here now after this loss, but I felt like they lost the game before they even stepped out onto the pitch, and I'm not sure why, and I don't know the reasons, but just from the beginning, just chasing, tentative, scared, just not confident on the ball. And I think big-time players, you wanted some of those big-time players to step up in big moments. And I got to be honest, I was a bit disappointed with Christian Pulisic. I think whether he wants to be the star of this team or not, we didn't see enough from him in this particular game and really the whole World Cup. Little glimpses here and there, but, look, aside from this loss, I think on the brighter storyline, it's been a fantastic World Cup. This team has united the country. They have, gotten American fans to fall in love with them. And there is a bright future, but this is just a real disappointing loss to go out on.
Good for her, calling it out, having an opinion. I enjoyed her on all of the Fox analysts have been fun. They've mixed and matched. Even on the pregame, you notice they had all the American crew together outside, and Zlatan and Terry and Rebecca Lowe were inside, and eventually they bring Lawless in. He rejoins them on the set. He's like, "Hey guys, I missed you," and you can just feel that tension a little bit. And he plays into it.
Thierry Henry's facial reactions while Lawless and Zlatan go back and forth is the best. That's what it's like when I would go to Cardinal games as a kid in the 80s, and I wouldn't watch home plate. I'd watch Vince Coleman in the first base pit on the AstroTurf. They can be talking, but I am watching Henry's reaction to it, and it's just like eye roll, stunned by the nonsense.
Such a French vibe, though, isn't it? It's just like, oh, you two over there. So silly. But it was great. They brought Lawless back in. But the Carly Lloyd comment, Pulisic was going to be the face. He has been the face. And in this tournament, all the stars have been huge for their teams, and he was not. I know injured at some point during the tournament. Big letdown. We talked a lot about it in the first hour, and producer Joe and people that are really invested in the sport of soccer just had the big stage, had everyone excited, interested for a couple of weeks now, and every time you move on, it gets a little bigger. Can't wait to see what that number was around the U.S. Was it, I said over 40, we were guessing, and then we're wondering now, did it get to 50 million? Tuning in for that game, probably tuned out pretty quickly as well. Because you just didn't have the drama. You just wanted a good game.
I had moved on. I mean, I had moved on really at 2-1, 3-1. I had absolutely moved on. They just never really threatened.
Right. At 2-1, you're thinking, okay, maybe they get lucky on the break. Because there was a couple moments like long passes, breakaway, Balogun maybe had a little bit of a look. And maybe you can get another free kick and somehow, or a corner, something like crazy might happen. You can equalize and then pray to get to PKs. But once that third goal and the way it happened, you're like, okay, this team just doesn't. It's hopeless. They just let the goalie couldn't clear the ball 2 feet from him. It's crazy.
Just a debacle.
Yeah,
that
terrible.
Specific play, and that officially ended it. And then they got the cosmetic score. I wonder if that impacted any gambling.
I don't think so.
You wouldn't think making it 4-1 would impact any gambling.
I don't think so.
There's always alt lines out there.
Lukaku's 93rd Belgian goal. It's unbelievable.
Wonder Boy has waited. They got beat by a better team. Stop overanalyzing it. Better team made the opponents look bad. That's why they're the better team. That's from Wonder Boy. And their coach, Rudy Garcia, manager, whatever, gaffer, Belgium's coach after the game, they said, did the Balogun thing, did it kind of motivate you? He said, no, we just look back on what we did in March. Because they beat the U.S. 5-2 in a tune-up game. So they had recently played. The U.S. has lost their last 4 to Belgium, including the 2014 World Cup. They did beat them, though, however, in 1930.
Nice.
That was the last time the U.S. beat Belgium.
U.S. men's soccer is the Mizzou basketball of world soccer. That's from the clever name texter.
Okay.
I think that's to kind of agitate some Mizzou folks.
No drama? That game had more drama than any other match in the World Cup this year. Choke artists in Belgium wiped the pitch with our players. That's from the Veiled Prophet.
Okay. Don't follow.
No tension in the game in terms of real, game tension. This is the moment we're going to win. Oh, this is the moment we're going to tie it. Never had that feel.
No.
Belgium's also horrible. Makes you realize how bad our group was. That's from Ed Time. There's the brothers Steven and Ed Time. This one was Ed.
Belgium is not horrible.
I would say if you're a fan of Senegal, you're saying, God, how did we lose?
Yeah.
We could have beat these guys, and then we would have beat the U.S. Senegal's got to be thinking, we could have made the quarterfinals.
Sure. They conceded 2 goals in the last 6 minutes of the game, so no
I
one
would
to blame
think
but
Spain.
themselves.
Do you think Spain will beat Belgium?
Yes.
Do you think France will beat Morocco?
Yes.
Okay.
Parlez-vous français?
Then you got
Morocco's good.
France,
telling you,
Spain.
don't count out Egypt today. That's all I'm saying. Don't just automatically write
is that
in.
right?
Don't automatically pencil in
Do I hear a
Argentina.
play? Do I hear a play?
No. I think it might
Martin, I hear a play.
I think it might
Talk yourself into a play.
I think it might take longer than the Argentinians. I think it might be similar to the Cape Verde game where it's like, oh my God, we're letting guys play with us a little bit too much. And then in extra time, they capitalize. But
if I put $100 on Egypt to advance to the next round, I receive $500 for it.
I would rather you go that regulation draw and regulation.
So maybe you're predicting an Argentina win in PK?
Extra time or PKs,
or PK. Okay.
To give you an idea of how things would have looked for the United States had they advanced, Spain is minus 370 to advance to the semis against Belgium.
Yeah.
And then you got Switzerland, Colombia. No offense, it feels kind of like the Liberty Bowl or something. Like all these games are like huge matchups, and you're like, what's that? Oh, Switzerland, Colombia? No offense to our friend.
Time traveler Ray King says Argentina beats Egypt 4-1. I might have to put something on that. Anything about that, Papers?
Be careful. All you said is be careful.
I think Egypt's played really well. And I don't think people would have thought Cape Verde was going to extra time with Argentina. And those who did think that were handsomely paid. I was not one of them.
France, Spain, Belgium, Norway, England, possibly Switzerland. Europe is shown up.
Right. If it's like France, England in the final, that would be sick. Or France, Argentina. Run it back.
The U.S. won a CYC tournament at St. Gabe's and thought we'd beat the, quote, fill-in-the-blank varsity team. Got sent back to reality really quickly. That's from the overprotective Golden Girl dad, who, if I'm not mistaken, sideways with Sharon and Clayton, I think.
Maybe worse than with the Echo.
Oh, my gosh.
Was that such a dangerous take that you got choked up? How about this,
Sorry,
Tim?
water
Shooter
went down.
McGavin says Egypt's coach is a woke loser. I'm like,
Is that right?
Is that right?
I don't know enough about Egypt's coach. I'm gonna have to do more show prep.
Maybe they can email in on it, though, at the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, which comes up in the Polos Plus dossier at 9:45. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Martin, tell us about Design Air, if you would.
Design Air, longest running sponsor on TMA. They bring you the email of the day, and if you're in the need for any HVAC repairs year-round, furnace in the winter, air conditioning in the summer, these are the folks to deal with. They keep it real. That's what we like to say about Design Air. Their employees are great. The technicians get into your home, get things repaired, not trying to sell you something you don't need. None of us are experts in that field. You're really trusting the word that they give you, and we had that example sent in to us where there was a company trying to sell their older relatives something they didn't need. Design Air came and said, oh, this is just a simple repair, got it back up and running. That's what we love telling you about, because Design Air Service is that company you can trust. They've been doing this for more than a century, a family-owned and operated business. Seth Goldcamp now, 4th generation. Every time I've had Design Air out, great people on site, and they're just so professional, also explaining things to you. We got the new furnace put in the wintertime last year. Whole process was great. The explaining part of it, the options presented, then the installation and the after service, and we recommend that highly too. Sign up for a maintenance program so that the furnace runs in the winter, AC in the summer. DesignerService.com.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. The program is called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. World Cup action today. Argentina takes on Egypt. That's going to be an 11 a.m. kickoff. And then Switzerland and Colombia at 3 p.m. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Cars drive by with the booming systems? Mm-hmm. Man. Ladies love Cool James, Martin.
LL Cool J. Became a TV star.
Mm-hmm.
Papers, you're really in the 1991 mode right now.
I guess so. I was just kind of rolling through this playlist. It's pretty good.
Went from whip appeal to booming system. Deep cuts.
Yeah, feeling good about it.
Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 9 o'clock hour. Mark online at evergreen-ws.com. What a gentleman Mark Hanna is, and he sponsors the 9 o'clock hour here on TMA. Derek Gould, who appears here on 101 ESPN, and of course writes for the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, did a chat yesterday on stltoday.com, and he answered this question from Brad J. from Raleigh, North Carolina. The Cardinals obviously cannot continue on with their current third base situation. It's getting worse by the day, and now it's costing the team games. There doesn't seem to be answers within the organization. If there are, please share. I posit the solution that Weatherholt shifts to third base with a Torres-Fermin platoon at second. I do not doubt JJ's abilities to perform at a high level at third base and even enhance his quest to become the National League Rookie of the Year. It seems the only other way to fill the position is through trade or free agency. It was reported that JJ's ultimate positioning was discussed internally within the front office in the past. Is a move to third base being discussed now? Thanks. Derek writes, there was a time, about a year ago, when the Cardinals saw Weatherholt as the possible heir to Arenado at third. If they traded him and kept Donovan, then Weatherholt at third was one direction the team could have gone, and there were members of the organization eager to open up third for Weatherholt. That thinking has shifted, and we saw that clearly in spring training, where it was quickly Weatherholt at second and Gorman at third base, with both spots vacated by All-Stars. Weatherholt's play at second base has been superb. He is likely the favorite right now for the Gold Glove at the position if his strong metrics carry him above the reputation of others in the voting. And there is a reluctance to move him from second. He is the backup shortstop at the moment, though. Third is a bind of the team. There have been some ragged play. There's been some ragged play at the position this past week from two candidates. And after Gorman at Class AAA, there really is not a rising prospect for the position. Jesus Baez may ultimately be a prospect at third base, but he's not an imminent factor. Ramon Mendoza, who's 25, is hitting .300 for Class AAA Memphis and has his support in the organization. An evaluator from outside the organization likened him to Donovan Solano. Increasingly, it appears that the Cardinals' long-term third baseman is going to come from outside the organization or be in the distant future that suggests a longer stretch before they look at third to contend. How quickly things have happened or not happened for Blaze Jordan.
Yeah, and I don't know if he was ever going to be a long-term solution, but I'd say at this point, put him out there more times than not. Fermin does hit a little bit, but I think with Jordan, let's find out a little more about him. He had the hits on Friday. We talked about it yesterday. He had 3 hits Friday, then he didn't play.
Yeah.
Saturday, Sunday, which was really odd. Imanaga started on Saturday. I don't know if he was nicked up or anything, but I would say give him a little bit of a run here. I agree. That's a pretty major hole in your roster right now. The fact that you've moved on from Arenado and you may be in the process of moving on from Gorman, that leaves you with a giant hole at a important position. I really hadn't thought about it. The Weatherholt idea, I think I'd leave him. I think that Win-Weatherholt combo up the middle there, it's really good. You know, would Weatherholt be an upgrade defensively at third? Yes, but then you're still in your lineup, you're still rolling out Fermin, Torres, whatever. It doesn't really solve anything long term.
Guys, wasn't Jordan Walker's primary position third base when he originally came up? They groomed him into an outfielder because number 28 was here. That's from the overprotective Golden Girl dad.
That is correct.
Yeah. Famously
made the. Can you imagine going to him now and saying, things are going great, Jordan.
Yeah.
We think Would you mind going back to third? Well, we had a listener that suggested Wynn should go to second, remember, because that was going to save his arm. I don't see a solution. And, you draft players at all positions, and some pan out, some don't. But it is sort of startling how you have, Crooks, who seems to have somewhat fallen out of favor here at the big league level, but you still have Bernal and then this Reniel Rodriguez, all these catchers that are kind of in the mix. And you could say, well, how are you so loaded at one position? Well, you draft all these guys, and then some emerge. It just, for whatever reason, their catchers are the ones now who are knocking on the door. That's probably, I'm sure, Chaim Bloom and his team have looked at that and thought about it. And you're going to have to find some. I would say give Blaze Jordan a little bit more of a run here, more consistently. Let's see what he can do. Probably. I mean, he's not going to be a Gold Glover, but maybe if he hits, you can live with it.
There is a huge hole at third base across the league. That comes from Josh Bob Bill, who shares a building with Keisha Gray in Tampa. If you were to guess who Yahoo Sports has as the top 5 third basemen in Major League Baseball, I will present you with $100 in your Venmo immediately. I don't carry cash. I mean, you're free rolling. It's a free $100.
If anybody wants it.
Doug, in the meantime, why don't you say something?
Well, Max Muncy is your starting third baseman.
Okay, you got one of them. I mean, you're 4 away from $100.
I'm just going to ask. It's going to be less painful if you just read the list. Unless Papers would like that $100.
Papers, I'll give you. Now that one's already been given, I'll give you 40.
Because Arnaudo would not be on that list.
No. Machado probably not on that list anymore.
Now you're done.
Yeah.
You're done.
Do you want to guess who would be number 1?
I don't know.
He has been on a monster heater as of late with the Rays. Home run festival for Junior Caminero.
Yeah.
This one was drafted by the Southside Seamen.
Right.
And then we let him go, and the non-link picked him up, and he is rewarding him handsomely. And I would guess that there's a chance that I would say maybe 20% of the audience even knows who this man is. Miguel Vargas of the Chicago White Sox is the second best third baseman in baseball.
Okay. Alec Boehm, he make the list?
Max Muncy is third. Kazuma Okamoto of the Blue Jays is fourth. And Josh Young of the Rangers.
Never got that in 100 years.
Jose Ramirez is injured. He's ranked 6th. Nick Gonzalez of the Pirates is 7th. Zach Geloff of the Athletics is 8th. That gives you an idea.
Right.
So the Mike Schmidt, Greg Nettles of the world, the household names are gone.
So Josh Bob Bill, I think, has made a very fair point.
And maybe that'll be the Cardinals' response.
Maybe we can convert one of these catchers. Bernal or something.
I wonder if Walker, if he had stayed at third, I just don't see him over
Doesn't
there.
make much sense.
Even though that was his position. He's
obviously got a great arm.
Yeah, I don't see that being, just doesn't look. Now, Roland was a tall third baseman, but Walker does he feel like a third baseman to you? No. So even if he wasn't blocked by Arenado and had stayed at that position and moved along to the big league level, I just don't know if he would have stayed there long term.
Did Albert Pujols feel like a third baseman to you? Because that's what he was when he arrived here.
Didn't.
And then he bounced around.
Tallest third baseman in MLB history, 1998 Baltimore Orioles.
Well, that's well after Doug DeCinces.
Ryan Miner, 6'7".
Okay. It was a quick turn by you.
Yeah.
But I think that's something they're going to have to address. I do think in the short term, just play Blaze Jordan a little bit more. Guy seems to hit a little bit. Like, I like Torres, I like Fermin, but you kind of, I think, know what they are. You don't know for sure what Blaze Jordan is.
Yeah, I wonder what happened on that. Fermin was out there last night, did have 2 hits, but Jordan had 3 on Friday, and he had been slumping, don't get me wrong. But we'll see. The Cardinal lineup for the first game of the doubleheader not out yet. At least I haven't seen it. Martin, you have seen it? Or have you seen it?
The Cards lineup for today. To face the Miz, I have not. And they have not announced an official transaction. Yesterday, that Rajic, he went on the injured list. We're suspecting now because Jeff Jones said they've called up this reliever, Luis Gastelum, from Memphis, that they're going to make some sort of, I would think Fernandez is likely on the shuttle. But not
back down to Memphis. Soccer, the Lifetime Roofing lead. Lifetime Roofing online at lifetimeroofingstl.com. Serving the St. Louis metro area since 2005. That's Dustin McClendon and his team at Lifetime Roofing. Veteran and owned, locally owned. St. Louis metropolitan area only company. They're not a storm-chasing operation. They are here in St. Louis, which means they are locally owned and locally accountable to you, with insurance adjusters on staff. So if you are in the market for a new roof or you have dealt with storm damage, go to lifetimeroofingstl.com. These insurance adjusters on staff are at a very high level. Lifetime's insurance division understands all phases of the insurance claims process. Ask about their award-winning and A-plus rated literal lifetime warranty on new roofs and James Hardy siding. High-end customer experience, dedicated project management from start to finish. It's Lifetime Roofing. Online at lifetimeroofingstl.com or call 314-800-0426. That's Dustin McClendon and Lifetime Roofing. It is 9:11 in St. Louis. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen from the Stiefel Studios on 101 ESPN.
In the market for a new vehicle, AutoLoanPro.com, the website we recommend. If you go there, you can find the vehicle online, pick it out, and just know that you're going to get that car with little to no money down. Also, the best rates possible. That's what AutoLoan Pro does. They're helping you out if you've had a hiccup, not sure what you can get approved for. They will find a way. Little to no money down, best rate possible. They work with over 50 different lenders to bring you the best options. The only thing you need to know is to choose the pro when financing a car. Auto Loan Pro. They're part of the Lita family. And that website, in addition to Robert Thomas being featured there, they've got the free playbook put together to help educate you on the credit industry. Also, help you get that car of your choice in the future. Pretty simple. Pick out the car, get the best rates possible with as little money down. Anyone could sell you a car. It takes a pro to do it right. To start that search online, it's AutoLoanPro.com.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Mark Hanna, sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour here on the program as we broadcast from the Stiefel studios. You're welcome to get involved by calling in the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. You can text in 314-399-9646. And you are welcome to talk it over in our Form Energy YouTube chat. And they are talking it over in their Scorsy, Kitty Bates, Dr. Xander Malanthrop. They are in there, along with Iggy's Prison Window Hand, all talking it over in the program. Let's see, guys, Brule got hurt last night, too. Yali Marmol talked about that following the game and saying the injury didn't appear to be as serious as it may have looked. But they are super thin going into this doubleheader.
It is weird. So Dustin May pitched last night because that Atlanta start on Thursday was cut short when he got hit by the ball. He only went two-thirds of an inning. But because he's on 3 days rest, then he's on a pitch count. So when they took him out with 4 2/3, normally you'd be like, what are they doing? Well, it's because of the pitch count. But it is kind of weird. You put yourself in that position. Did you have to use May on 3 days rest? Because McGreevy, it was his turn, right? So McGreevy pitched on a Wednesday in Atlanta, so his turn would have been, I think initially he was scheduled to open that series. Had he pitched last night, then he's not on a pitch count. Then if May pitches today and he's not on a pitch, you know what I'm saying? I think you get yourself backed into a corner if you got a guy on a pitch count when you're already short in the bullpen. So the assumption today is that Hunter Dobbins gets called up, he's your extra guy for the doubleheader. And then the move, we were saying that Jeff Jones said that they called up this kid, Luis Gastelum, and that would probably be Fernandez, I would think. So the bullpen churn of is Graceffo here, is Fernandez here, just the up-down, it's hard to keep track. Bottom line is, it'd be nice if you could just kind of stumble into somebody, and maybe this Gastelum is that guy, and who is that guy, that Granillo, who is decent? They need somebody to come up from Memphis who can kind of be a piece in the bullpen that you at least somewhat trust. There's too many guys now. When you're watching the game, you have that same reaction. Oh, boy. Oh, him again. Oh, boy. There's a whole lot of that going on with the bullpen. And there are a number of nights when you could question what Ollie's doing, but there's certain nights I'm saying, I don't know who I would use here either, because I wouldn't use him. I wouldn't use him. I wouldn't use him. I mean, that was that way for sure with Roycroft. Fernandez, despite the low ERA, 2.7, He just, I don't think you can trust him in a game that you're trying to win. And we saw that again last night. You're up 3-0. That would have been a great way to kick it. You got a 4-2 road trip. You're starting an 8-game homestand. 5 with the Brewers. That game was right there to be had. And I guess Romero, Soriano, O'Brien, I guess none of them were available. I'm not sure. Dolly just referenced the fact that guys weren't available. And those 3 had not pitched since Saturday.
Yeah.
I know the U.S. soccer was the big story and everybody was locked in on that, but that Brewer game, the Cardinal loss to the Brewers was frustrating.
Yeah, that was kind of like once I had moved on and it became clear that the United States was not going to be competitive against Belgium, which was pretty clear early on. I'm like, okay, at least the Cardinals are beating the Brewers 3-0. This is pretty strong. And then I saw bases loaded, nobody out in the 7th inning. Fernandez out there, and I'm going, oh, boy, it's just a matter of time. If I had my wits about me, it would have been live bet season and take the Brewers, because there was no way that portion of the fire squad was going to be able to escape from that one. You're welcome to give your thoughts by texting in, calling in, or emailing in. We have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up on the Polos Plus dossier. Every Friday, we have the VIP Auto Accessories Drops of the Week. I think Larry Nichols' Pillsbury Doughboy laugh will be included in there today. Go to VIP. They take care of everything. They're a one-stop shop in business since 1979. 47 years. Tommy Cibulka and Brian Grigg. Commercial side is big right now. VIP Auto Accessories makes single-source automotive solutions for your business a reality. And this includes the upfits, graphics, and ongoing maintenance. VIP Auto Accessories pride themselves on short turnarounds. Their large facility and skilled techs minimize the downtime for your vehicles. VIP will keep your fleets on the streets longer, allowing you to generate more business. Everything is done in-house. VIP does not sub out. Upfit your fleet from floor to ceiling with hard-working accessories and storage solutions such as ladder and headache racks, bulkheads, shelving, drawer units, air compressors, interior liners, rigid flooring, puck locks, saddle and high side boxes, transfer tanks, bed drawers, lift gates, warning directional lights, and more. Window tints are big on the retail side. I got my windows tinted at VIP Auto Accessories. It's VIPAutoAccessories.com for all your commercial vehicle upfit needs. Ask for Tommy Sabulka. And for all your aftermarket vehicle accessories needs, ask for Brian Grigg and let him know TMA sent you. It's VIPAutoAccessories.com. To McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. Doug Vaughn on vacation this week. The program is called TMA. It airs on 101 ESPN. Welcome back to the Morning After 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. And joining us in the Stiefel studios for his weekly appearance is Brody Herman, representing our presenting sponsor, Brown and Crouppen. Morning, Brody.
Hello, everyone. It is an honor and privilege to be on the Morning After this week. Of course, it is the highlight of my week. It is so great to see you, Jackson, Chairman, Kurt, Tim, and Martin. It is such an honor and privilege to be here with all of you today.
You're fired up.
Guy.
Oh, my gosh.
You know what? We need this, Brody, because we're kind of down. We got on board. I bought some Sambas, and next thing you know, the soccer team is done.
Yeah, obviously the United States losing to Belgium 4-1 last night, and it was a rough one, obviously. It was just rough. We were totally outclassed. We were losing one-on-one possessions. Our time of possession, we didn't maximize our value with time of possession. We didn't get good shots on goal. That bothers me. Did not like that at all. Not one iota. That bothered me. Obviously, if the face of United States soccer is Christian Pulisic, that shows that you have a long way to go. He's just a fragile player. And Matt Freese played like an MLS goalie. His footwork was just totally off base. Not a fan. Matt Freese, very solid. He only gave up one goal in his 3 starts in the World Cup up to the Belgium game, and that was against Paraguay, coming off of 2 shutouts against Australia and Bosnia. But just the United States cannot find their way, only getting 1 penalty kick equalizer by Malik Tillman. But just absolutely a rough showing by the United States, totally outclassed by Belgium. And we got a long way to go, the United States soccer program. This was a team not that long ago. We didn't even have a 10-month academy program in the United States until 2012. Mostly high school soccer was prevalent when Tim Ream was playing. It only is within the last 10 years that it has gradually changed. Now we have 3 academies here locally, MLS Next. You have Lou Fuse, Scott Gallagher, and St. Louis City SC. So we have 3 MLS academies here in St. Louis, 10-month programs. TPH doing a tremendous job. Now they have a soccer program partnering with Scott Gallagher as well. So soccer is definitely on the rise in the United States, but when the face of United States soccer is Christian Pulisic, that's just rough. A lot to be left on the table for the United States, and a lot of disappointed soccer fans this morning. You still have Spain. They haven't given up a goal yet in the World Cup. They are well on their way in winning the World Cup. You got this French Avengers team that's just unbelievable. Dembele, Mbappe, the Splash Brothers. They are tremendous. Don't sleep on Argentina going back-to-back. First team to go back-to-back in their eyes, hopefully, since Brazil. Tremendous squad still in the World Cup, but unfortunately, the United States could not come up. Cannot get to the round of 8. They just couldn't get to the round of 8. Cristiano Ronaldo's last World Cup appearance, probably ever. He had 6 World Cups, just as many as Messi, but Portugal comes up short yesterday as well, and it'll be Belgium and Spain going into the next round. So a lot of disappointing soccer fans, a lot to be left on the table. A lot of soccer fans in the United States hopefully trying to get more people invested in soccer, but the United States not able to get to the round of 8. Very disappointing.
The next goalie for the U.S. could be Patrick Schulte, who's another St. Louis guy, played at St. Louis U. He won a championship at the MLS level and was, I think, in the mix at least this year. That's something. He's 25, a couple of years younger than Matt Freese. I said this earlier. It's a Bill Buckner type moment, one of those clips that's just going to live on forever. You're going to have to watch it for the next 4 years, that third goal. But maybe Schulte will be the guy the next time around. We're going to need the next wave because we were told this was the golden generation.
Well,
right?
Yeah, it's the best we've done in the World Cup. I believe this is the best team we've had in the World Cup since 2002. Patrick Schulte, of course, a Francis Howell grad from 2019, also played basketball in high school as well, a tremendous athlete.
I did not know that.
Yes, he has tremendous interest from European clubs. Schulte is an unbelievable talent, currently playing for the Crew, I believe, in Major League Soccer. He's an unbelievable talent, and you're right, Martin, could very well be on the next wave of U.S. soccer. Obviously, a lot of people were expecting Josh Sargent to be on the World Cup team this go around. He is not that clutch, though. He is now back in Major League Soccer for Toronto FC. He's a St. Dominic grad. He was in St. Dominic. He went to St. Dominic for 2 years, and then he ended up going to Europe. But, yeah, a lot to be desired. But yes, Patrick Schulte could very well be the next goalie for the United States. And by the next World Cup, he could be even playing overseas. That's how talented of an athlete Patrick Schulte is. A tremendous talent here in the United States. St. Louis has a history of producing a lot of great soccer talent. 76 players have gotten an appearance for the United States soccer team. Now, that's not necessarily the World Cup, but 76 St. Louisans has played for the national team, for the men's national team. So definitely a rich history here in St. Louis.
What's your level of World Cup interest now with the USL?
I still have it, but it's not going to be where it was considering that the United States is not in it. But I'm still interested in the World Cup. It is the biggest global sporting event in the world is the United States World Cup. I mean, without a doubt. So I'm very excited about what we have for the World Cup down the line. I'm so excited to see who's going to win it. But obviously, interest wanes for most considering the United States is not in the World Cup anymore.
Big Mike texting in, a USA loss. You guys can now stop pretending to be so interested in the World Cup. Well, that's the whole point, is we were more interested because of the U.S. I think that's rather obvious, Big Mike, that when the U.S. is in it, hosting, and then potentially making a run, there's way more interest. Nobody's pretending. That interest was real. Now, are you less interested? I am less interested for sure moving forward.
I mean, I'm more interested now in the Major League All-Star Game. 26 first-timers in the All-Star Game. One of those being Jordan Walker. He has had 20 homers and 10 steals. First Cardinal to do that going into the All-Star break since Albert Pujols did it in 2009. So that is tremendous. And, of course, Andre Pallante, the first Cardinal starting pitcher to have 10 wins going into the All-Star break since Miles Michaelis in 2018. So it is tremendous, and I believe J.J. Weatherholt should have made the All-Star team. 4.1 WAR. That's right, 4.1 WAR. Top 3 position players in the National League. 18 outs above average. Tremendous defensive stat for Weatherholt as well. And, of course, a +3 base running value. So he's tremendous on the base paths as well. It's not about just stealing 9 bases for Weatherholt. It's what he can do. It's extending the play, making singles into doubles, doubles into triples, and, of course, inside the park home runs. That is what base running is all about in Major League Baseball, and J.J. Weatherholt has certainly done that. But we have a very pivotal series against the Brewers. Do you know the Brewers, they have won the division, the National League Central, 4 out of the last 5 years. And in 2022, I believe, they placed second in the division. So they haven't fallen out of the top 2 in the division since 2020, where they placed 4th in the division. And the Brewers, I mean, again, the reason that they've done it, they have the best team ERA right now in Major League Baseball, 3.35. And, of course, they have the number 1 ERA for starting pitchers, 3.24. And they have the highest strikeout rate in the major leagues, 26.5% strikeout rate, and number 1 strikeout rate among starters, 28.7. Of course, we're going to see today Jacob Misiorowski. This guy's special. He is 6 feet 7 inches tall. This guy, and he's from the state of Missouri, by the way, Grain Valley, Missouri. Jacob Misiorowski, they call him the Miz. And no, this ain't a wrestler. This is a starting pitcher for the Milwaukee Brewers, the ace of the rotation. They have a dynamic duo in Milwaukee. Kyle Harrison and Jacob Misiorowski. The Brewers have one of the best executives in baseball in Matt Arnold. He's won Executive of the Year for the past 2 years. You know why? Because they had to give up Corbin Burns, they had to give up Freddie Peralta, and they had to give up Devin Williams, and they are still at the top of the National League Central. They've done just fine without David Stearns. Look what David Stearns has done with the Mets. I mean, that's a good...
And Craig Counsell.
Yeah.
These named people running that team have left, and everybody's wondering, what is the secret sauce? They're 23 games over 500. They find guys, though, like a Jake Bowers, he's been all over the league, and somehow, Yelich doesn't really hit. But they've got just enough between. I mean, if you told somebody, "Oh, you got to face Bryce Terang and Jake Bowers," you'd say, "Oh, okay." It's not like the 27 Yankees, but man, that team, they know how to win.
Oh, they absolutely do. I mean, they have a great young core. Pat Murphy is a tremendous manager, National League Manager of the Year, and I mean, who's won National League Manager of the Year. They have a tremendous squad. I mean, you have Jackson Churio and Cooper Pratt and Luis Lara on the come up, and you also brought up Bryce Terang. They have a great young core in their lineup. They're led by a veteran Christian Yelich, who has not been hot this season, but those young guys have certainly made up the difference for the Milwaukee Brewers, without a doubt. And that's why they're at the top of the division. We don't have that quite yet in St. Louis. We don't have that ERA. We don't have that starting pitching staff yet. But Kyle Leahy's ERA is under a 4. You have Michael McGreevy's ERA, who's under a 4. And you have Andre Pallante's ERA, which is under a 4 right now. If we could get Matthew Liberatore and Dusty May to fall in line, we could easily secure a wild card spot. But I don't think we will. And I just believe we're going to be on the outside looking in. I am not convinced they're a playoff team yet, but I do believe this Cardinals team is going to have a winning record. They just are. I mean, they just are. I mean, the United States got romped last night by Belgium, but I don't expect the Cardinals to be romped in baseball this season. I just don't think we're going to be a playoff team. I got to see more. Hopefully we can be a playoff team. I hope the Blues are going to be a playoff team. I really do. I would love for the Blues to be a playoff team next year. Of course, acquiring Ross Johnston on a 3-year, $6 million deal, average value $2 million a year. That toughness, that physicality, that size, and his willingness to play in front of the net, which the Blues sorely need. Ross Johnson from the Ducks, I like that acquisition for the Blues, and I hope Mason McTavish is a 60-point scorer for the Blues next year. I know that's a lofty goal, but I want Mason McTavish to score 60 points for the Blues next year, combined goals and assists. So I'm hopeful that the Blues can make the playoffs next season. I don't think the Cardinals make the playoffs this year, but I certainly have optimism for the team making the playoffs in 2027. There have been things that have gone right. Jordan Walker's gone right. J.J. Weatherholt's gone right. Alec Burleson continues to get better. Michael McGreevy's going right. I mean, Andre Palante finally figured out how to throw a changeup. That's great. Andre Palante, it's starting to go right for him. It's starting to go right for Kyle Leahy. So now these guys are becoming starting pitchers. Things are starting to go in the right direction. And under Heimblum's leadership, hopefully the Cardinals can make the playoffs soon. But I have a lot of optimism. Now I'm starting to feel more optimism. I'm starting to feel that here on TMA this morning, that optimism, that energy that we need for our teams to do better in the playoffs. I'm very excited about what the Cardinals and Blues can do in the upcoming seasons.
There it is, Brody Herman giving us his perspective on the state of sports, representing Brown and Crouppen on Tuesdays. Brody, appreciate the time, sir.
Thank you so much for having me on.
That's Brody Herman with us here on TMA. We have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up. That's on the Polos Plus dossier. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Cardinals doubleheader today, 1:15 p.m. first pitch on the early game, 6:45 p.m. first pitch on the later game. Hunter Dobbins starting for the Redbirds? That's what Martin's reporting. That's our Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
Papers, what do we have right now?
This is Al B. Sure.
Oh, yeah, from New Jack City.
What a name.
Yeah, he got sideways with Nino Brown. You know him as Wesley Snipe.
Sure. What's your favorite Wesley Snipe?
Let's see. Major League, White Men Can't Jump, New Jack City.
Was he the fan?
In what?
Like the kind of, no, called the fan, like the crazy fan?
Oh, that was De Niro.
Remember the...
What are you talking about?
That was a movie with Robert De Niro, if I'm not
The
mistaken.
Fan?
Getting it wrong?
I missed it.
But that wouldn't be on the Mount Rushmore for me. I go, White Men Can't Jump, Major League, New Jack City. Boy, what's my fourth? Wesley Snipe.
He's in Blade, is he not?
I'm trying to get my fourth for you.
I might go Blade. To me, it's a two-horse race between White Men Can't Jump and Major League.
Guess you haven't seen New Jack City. Nice show.
I like New Jack
Pass.
City. But to me, like White Man Can't Jump's probably my favorite Wesley Snipes.
Please make it stop. That's from Los Lonely Strode. I guess he does not like Al B. Sure.
I thought that was a fun little tune.
What about Tu Wong Fu? Thanks for everything, Julie Newmar. Where does that rank?
Patrick Swayze.
Where does that rank on worst headlines?
I don't have
names, titles for a movie.
I don't have much Patrick Swayze in my bag. I don't know much about
Why do you
him.
hate She's Like the Wind?
I like Ghost. Is he in Dirty Dancing?
Hold on, if we shift, okay, we're
You're
off of
not-
Snipes now. This is my
Roadhouse,
fault.
Doy.
Yeah.
Watch his Roadhouse, Doy.
He's in The Outsiders. I like The Outsiders.
So then you just did your Mount Rushmore.
I just need to be reminded a little bit of some of his. Oh, Point Break. Love Point Break.
Okay, so what's your Mount Rushmore now? Because now we have
Of
five.
Swayze, Ghost, Dirty Dancing, Point Break, and I guess I'll go Roadhouse. Yeah, I'll go Roadhouse. The Outsiders getting left out feels wrong.
Okay, I'm not crazy. Wesley Snipes, Robert De Niro in The Fan together. Budget for The Fan, $55 million. Box office, 42.
I've never seen this movie. Should I watch it?
Well, according to the box office, no. I feel like
38% on Rotten Tomatoes, but that's not necessarily indicative.
I go by goodorbad.com. That's what I use as my movie compass.
Yeah. It's like a game.
Who's on this week? Gareth back? Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. That's my bad. I'm sorry.
We're preparing for The Odyssey. The Odyssey, the first rounds of screenings just came out. Reviews are obviously quite positive. So whenever that'll probably be the next episode is on The Odyssey. Christopher Nolan's newest entry.
Mr. Seawalk is in the Form Energy YouTube chat and says, I want to do the pottery scene in Ghost with Iggy.
I think we all do. Man, I hated pottery as a kid.
Clip that off.
Hated it. We had a pottery class at Ladue. You'd be surprised to find out.
What was the other one? Oceanography was
I took
one?
oceanography, yeah, and meteorology.
Wow.
That's because I wasn't good enough to be in the smart science classes.
But you're bad at math, meteorology.
Bad at math.
There's some math involved there a little bit.
Wasn't great at meteorology. Bad at math, though. I might have to check out this Fan movie. Kind of sounds up my alley.
I feel like was it filmed at Candlestick, Tim? I feel like
Seems like the Giants.
Makes sense, yeah.
The Giants.
Yeah, I kind of picture him there.
Ellen Barkin, John Leguizamo, Benicio del Toro. This is a loaded cast.
Sounds like you're going to be doing a movie boy on The Fan.
John Crux in it. Oh my God, Jack Black. Oh my God, yeah.
You just stumbled into a movie to watch today.
I'm super into
You were
this.
going to go hit a bucket of balls, and now you're going to watch
you
The
get
Fan.
working?
Nah,
You're done getting work in. It's over.
it's fleeting at this point.
Oh, no.
My game sucks. I just have no confidence over the ball. Anything lower than a 6 iron, I just feel like
You just went under your total at Belle Reve 8 days ago. Do I have to remind you? You said it at, 93.5, and you shot a 90.
Yeah.
You took money from George Clooney's doppelganger.
Yeah, but
Has he Venmo you yet?
there was that thing with Robert Thomas where he thought I was like a college golfer, and then when he heard I shot a 90, he was disappointed.
No. Cam, who is going to be in on Thursday and Friday, was talking you up.
Right. Which I appreciate.
And said, and he didn't even go to school to study this because, again, this is a craft that requires education.
Yeah.
And Robert Thomas said, what did he go to school for? And I said, golf. And he goes, oh, really? What did he shoot today? And I said, 90. And Robert Thomas was
appalled.
Taken aback.
Confused is the word.
Yeah.
Okay.
Taken aback.
Very confused.
Do we need to say you were in school for golf management?
And so I didn't say that to mock it because in my mind I'm saying you went to be like a pro.
Right.
Working at a golf course, not playing college golf in Florida, no less.
Right.
You know.
Right.
That's you're going down there to play with some sticks if you're going down to Florida.
He said he had material that he wanted.
I feel like I'm going to get ribbed. I feel like I'm going to get ribbed.
Well, for sure, but that's the beauty of the show.
Yeah.
So, Bob Thomas, let's do this.
I agree. Tomorrow seems like a perfect opportunity. This movie's directed by Tony Scott. I'm so in. I'm watching this.
So this is happening today now?
During my vacation, I'm watching The Fan, without question. I love Tony
What about
Scott.
The Girl Next Door?
I'm due. I should give it another try. I should give it another shot. I'll have to start over because there's no way I'll remember the half of the movie I saw. But I think that's better. One sitting. I'll do it. I've sat through worse. I've sat through a lot worse.
Thank you. So
Yeah.
give it a run, and you're going to be delighted when it's all said and done.
Okay. Hey, I'm into it.
The 3 legs of the tripod.
Okay. Alicia Cuthbert hasn't done much recently. Am I wrong?
That's correct.
Okay.
She's doing TikToks now.
That's fine.
Talking about 20 years ago.
Pretty good. I guess she was on 24 for 9 years. Probably pays for that house in Calgary.
You know you have to be an intellectual giant to major in golf in college, and then your career's pressing buttons. That's from the St. Charles Hermaphrodite.
See,
reality hits you hard.
You're in the entertainment business, pal. This guy.
Yeah, well...
That's why you got the new coif.
In fairness to the St. Charles Hermaphrodite, it's tough but fair.
Yeah, and that's you reaching across the aisle after he has insisted for 3 years that you have a Frank Hayes body pillow.
Yeah, again, I would, if you're going to get a body pillow of a basketball coach or player, wouldn't you pick someone taller? It's like, here's my Earl Boykins body pillow. Like, that's kind of weird.
You really thought this through. I like that.
Wouldn't you think, like, you would get someone who's like 6'5" or taller?
Get
If
a
you're getting
Monty
body
Harge
pillow.
because
What if
it's
your
a
kink is a
huge
smaller
pillow.
man? I mean, you're like kind of shaming people who are into smaller men.
But then
and we need all of them.
But then wouldn't you choose a different sport? Soccer certainly has plenty of shorter men.
Messi, shorter gentlemen.
Very short. Yes. That would be a perfect example.
Do they
Basketball-
make body pillows of athletes?
No, but you could get a body pillow and just
I
put like
think at the
a
Missouri
jersey
bookstore, there's some Frank Hayes body pillows.
in the clearance
So did
section.
somebody just workshop that idea? It doesn't exist.
I don't think so, but in theory,
I'm gonna get you. I'm
you
gonna-
could put a jersey on the
My
body
wife Kim
pillow.
is listening. She's very handy. Honey, we need to make papers, a body pillow. Let's see, we don't want to go too tall. Wesley Stokes would kind of have like that.
Yeah, like
frizzy
Steve
hair.
Nash.
Kinda, yeah.
Steve Nash, 6'3". I think that's because a lot of people don't have a
I was
bed that
thinking
can
Mizzou
fit.
boy.
Okay, Mizzou, like a Jordan
Or
Geist.
Greg Kavanagh. Yeah, okay, let's see. Go old school.
You know, Kim English is kind of in that 6'5", 6'6" range.
That's the body pillow you want?
No, he's my favorite Missouri Tiger hoop star ever, but yeah, that might be too close.
Get you a Ricky Paulding.
It's before my time.
Yeah, sorry.
I want someone in my era, like a Leo Lyons. Now we're talking.
Leo Lion. Did he switch his name? Is it Criswell?
Really?
Yeah, I think, didn't he have a different name?
I don't know. He was always Leo Lyons to me.
No, I think he had.
Tony Criswell, I remember him.
Hey, Papers, don't
Yes.
worry. 2 of the best shots I can remember hitting were 6-irons. You can score with that 6-iron. You can do it. That's from the Salty Bald Dad from Caseyville.
Hate to gloat, but my first hole-in-one was with a 6-iron.
How about that?
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah.
And I want to emphasize first.
First, that's right. There was a second one.
Nope.
From a 109 long
Counts.
yards away. 100%. Hey, listen, you put the peg in the ground, you take one swing, and it goes in. That's a hole-in-one, brother. But yeah, the first one was no tee either. Just spongy Florida grass.
Ladue kids do pottery. Melville kids do hay baling. That's from the Hunchback of Von Castle.
I wouldn't mind a hay baling class.
No.
That'd be
Get you in
kind of
good
fun.
shape.
There was an auto shop class at Ladue, and I never took it. Feel like I missed out.
I got my 168-yard hole-in-one with my 6-iron. That's from the TMA Reddit Insider.
Hell yeah. Good for him. I love that.
I always wanted to snuggle with Spud Webb, but that's from Injun Joe's Cave Ride Magic Man.
Yeah, I mean, again, I just don't know why you're picking. But again, if that's your kink, the last thing I'm going to do is kink shame.
Guys, I have a Haley twins linen set. Sammy is the fitted sheet, and Simeon is the top sheet.
Nice.
It's from a new bowl eligible.
Nice. That's pretty sweet.
Leo Lyons was third team All Big 12. How we doing?
He was great.
4-year run.
Yeah.
Played really a long time overseas.
Mike Anderson era.
And this is one where I'd like to text Mike Kelly and say, hey, did Leo Lyons switch his name? Like, why do you need to know this? I
haven't heard of Tiger Mike in a while.
Well, we'll soon, because he lives at Old Hawthorne. That's how much he liked it.
Yeah.
Fight Tiger, UAPB papers. Fight Tiger.
How far are we now?
I was just going to say, it's about time we start
50 days.
Yeah.
College football.
Colonel's despondent. I don't know if anybody read his 10 thoughts. He goes, I got to be honest, I don't have anything.
Well, he also
Dog days of summer.
He was down on the World Cup. He's like, I won't watch a second of it.
He's not a soccer guy, though.
I know, but like Kansas City was just all over it. That's his hometown. The country seems to be kind of into it. The Colonel's like, nah.
Yeah, at the start of the World Cup, now that it's closed out from the United States perspective, I remember thinking, I don't feel like it got to the level of excitement before of 1994, although this team certainly eventually captured the imaginations of many sports fans. The television ratings for Fox bear that out, with 33 million watching the Bosnia and Herzegovina game, and I would imagine it's going to be well into the 40s, if not more, for last night's game. The problem is that number is probably going to show a substantial drop as the game progressed.
Yeah.
I mean, if you would have told me I was going to close out my YouTube TV app to open up the MLB TV app to watch the Cardinals game,
yeah,
I mean, that would have really been something. But that after the basically own goal, considering the self-inflicted wound, I was like, yep, I don't have any interest in this. Plus, they weren't even threatening.
No, that's the thing, is that there was no build-up play where you're like, okay, maybe. Like Berhalter's shot after he got brought on that just went wide. Like, he was trying to amp the crowd and his team up. Like, hey, come on, come on, we got to do something here. And it just seemed like he was, and maybe a few other guys were the only ones really grinding it out, whereas most guys were kind of just ghosting around.
He does have energy. That and when they brought him in, I said, "Oh, this guy might help." And you could see he almost burst on.
He got him fired up.
Yeah, he did kind of burn. And it seemed like a team that was just kind of lethargic the whole night. Right. Sometimes you need that. ML Carr used to just wave the towel on the old Celtics bench. They'd cut to him like, "What is ML?" He was a veteran player at that point, and he would just wave the towel. Yeah. And then Larry Bird would score like 40.
Just feels like the U.S. is one bona fide superstar away.
Yes.
Because when you talk about like the lead up to the tournament, if they had like the one guy who you can like really rally behind it, I'm not saying Pulisic isn't that, but he really hasn't been on the world stage. But like someone who plays probably in the Premier League, who you could like, he'd be like one of the better players in Europe. That would be something that would be like, all right, now we can rally around this guy, and that would be the fun leading up to it. But right now, they're kind of. They don't have the same swagger.
That was the one. His shot goes in, and it's a new game. That's from Stepdad Gary.
Yeah, it's just still...
Down 3-2, and you got about 12 minutes left, I think. It would have been about the math, because the extra time was less than I think had been anticipated. Tim, you can parlay Argentina to advance in Brewers and the Miz money line today for 100% free money. Okay, what's that going to get me? So just Argentina to advance.
Probably still minus money.
And then the Brewers against the Cardinals. I could see that winding up being plus.
Maybe plus 150 or something.
I mean, Argentina's minus 800. I might
minus 800 to advance. Right?
I might rescind that statement once you're minus 800. And Miz is still listed as pitching against the Cardinals and TBD, Martin, since that has been... All right, I'm putting it. Oh, it's only minus 117.
Okay, all right.
I don't really enjoy betting against the Cardinals, but it is business and never personal, and that, of course, is Wesley Snipe, New Jack City.
And the Miz 7.5 were the listed strikeout over/under today. I think that over is probably safe.
That was your play.
Would you go down if you're a baseball fan in the STL or the Greater? Would you go just to see the Miz? I think maybe.
I think there's some people.
I mean, you're rooting for the Cardinals, obviously, but.
Tuesday day game is
pretty lean attendance last night. I wondered if
84
some of that
degrees and some cloud cover. Wouldn't be bad. You're going to be able to have a good chance of catching a foul ball.
Yeah.
Just got to run a little bit to that section.
The weather.
Last night, very open seating again, and maybe some of that was interest in soccer.
I think that's. And Mondays are usually sparsely attended.
Mondays can be. It's the Brewers, though. That's a pretty good rival. The next couple of nights, not the afternoon game, but the next couple of nights, anxious to see if they get a few more fans because this team has engaged a little bit with St. Louis. People have kind of been excited that they've turned the corner with Heim and everybody, but you haven't seen it translate a ton into, not as lean, not as
18th in
bad.
attendance, Matt.
Yeah, not. So I think fans have been into it.
I wonder what last year was.
But it hasn't. I thought it was at this point with them still winning games. I thought fans would be a little more into it. I'm surprised. Not mad. I get it. People are still maybe a little upset about things, but I thought there'd be more. By the way, Ivan Herrera versus The Miz, his career, 3 of 9 with a home run.
Oh, there it is. Got to bet him to hit a home run now, Papers.
Put him in the
I'm just
lineup.
diversifying everywhere.
Burley, 1 for 10 versus The Miz. Lars Nootbaar, 2 for 5. These are your plays, guys. Picks to click. Remember the great Hawk Harrelson? Every night on the White Sox broadcast, they would say, all right, who's your pick to click? And you would just name a guy, Papers. Who's your pick to click against The Miz? I've just thrown some numbers at
Alec
you.
Burleson.
Okay, despite the 1 for 10, you kind of feel it.
Yeah.
He's been heating up.
He's a pro hitter. And he's got the All-Star snub, maybe.
Yeah. He was talking yesterday about Jordan Walker he goes, I'm so happy for him. He goes, I've been with him since day one. They were in that same draft class. Think about that. Walker, Wynn, Burleson, same class. And he said, really happy for him. And he said, if he tells you he wasn't thinking about it, he goes, he'd be lying because you all think about it. Then later I said, how about for you? You're certainly in that kind. He goes, well, should I lie and say I wasn't thinking about it? I mean, it sucks because you got Freddie Freeman, you got Matt Olson. I mean, it's a tough position. And even that Stewart plays, first and third. So unless you almost need more than one to drop out. It's like Weatherholt could still get in. There's always people dropping out. But for Burleson, it really stinks to be at that position to have a monster first half and not get the invite.
Guys, I think a lot of people just don't want to go downtown. It's depressing down there. That's from the 314.
And they went downtown for the festivities on 4th of July.
Zed and Ludacris. So, maybe, but you could say that anytime. You could always just.
And granted, much smaller crowd, but a packed Ballpark Village watching the U.S. soccer game.
The Mexico game had a packed Ballpark Village.
Talking to our guy Polo about it yesterday. Says it's just off the chain when Mexico would play and then Ballpark Village full.
Yeah. Do you have a rooting interest in the team now that the U.S. is out?
I think Norway intrigues me.
Sure.
The whole Viking row is fun.
I don't think they really expected to be there.
No. It is.
Holland has said as much. He said, we expect France to beat us, and they'll probably win the whole thing.
Yeah.
It's quite a little statement for a team now in the quarterfinals.
Very blunt. Someone put up a great video of Holland the other day. He just walks around, kind of skulks around.
Oh, that I saw him on the field?
Yeah, he's just kind of hanging out. The ball will be pretty close to him, and he's still just walking. And then at the last second, he'll have a burst of speed, blast it.
How do you do?
Yeah, he is. They had that a little bit with, remember Ashton Genty at Boise State, how he would just stand up, straight up, kind of like Michael Myers, and then immediately fire away. Yeah, I like that kind of
stuff. I saw that Andrew Marchand, the athletic who does a lot of sports media coverage, he was commenting on that ice, and he said, I would like Zlatan to comment on this because everything he says is about hunting your prey and the kill.
Well, it's kind of Zlatan's talked about because they asked him, they were goading him into saying that he was better than Holland, which he likely is at this moment. But Zlatan was I'm probably the better overall player, but Holland is this unbelievable goal scorer. And I think him just kind of not doing it much until it's right next to him is kind of proof of that.
Get involved on the program. Text in, call in, and email in. We got the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up on the program. Mentality is online at lowtusa.com. So start today at lowtusa.com. That's lowtusa.com. Remember the dad we all respected, worked all day, coached the team at night, and still had something left in the tank at bedtime? If you're now the dad who's lost a step and feels like you've given up, there is a reason. Low energy. Low motivation, you're tired all the time, belly fat creeping up while muscle slips away, moody or irritable, foggy, unfocused, low libido that's straining things at home. Well, Mentality can help you out. One quick blood test reveals your total and free testosterone, often the root of all of it. Their physicians have helped 25,000 plus men get back to who they are meant to be. It's Mentality, and you can start today at lowtusa.com. That's lowtusa.com. We will have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up. Are we going to have Brad joining us?
I think no. We were trying to connect with Brad Davis, member of the 2014 World Cup team. He said he's going into a meeting. He had missed the earlier text, so unfortunately, we're trying to connect. We've tried.
Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Therefore, next on the Polos Plus dossier, it's TMA 101 ESPN. I've been working with Ryan Luchtefeld at Delmar Mortgage here the last couple of months, and what an easy process it has been to work with Ryan and Delmar Mortgage. Ryan, for those of you in the home buying market, he can get you pre-approved quickly and get you to the closing table quickly as well, with closings in as little as 2 weeks. His personal number to call or text is 618-593-3608. That's 618-593-3608. Ryan has been doing it in this industry for 22 years, 13 of which have been with Delmar Mortgage. Delmar Mortgage has been doing it for 60 years. It's a family-owned business. You're going to get that personal local touch, but with all the necessary technology to make the process smooth and easy. 618-593-3608. That is Ryan's personal number to call or text, or go online at delmarmortgage.com. That's Ryan Luchtefeld and Delmar Mortgage. Jackson in his 1991 era. After 7?
Mm-hmm.
Man, I used to make mixtapes for all the Coriezer girls. They loved it.
So when you're making
you're the
mixtapes-
guy who drives your mom's minivan and busts tables at Pietro's? And you're 5'2"?
And you made a mixtape? Here it is. Back to you, dork.
I have questions
Hand it
about
back to you.
how one makes a mixtape.
Sure. I'm answering all questions on this topic.
So would you record it from the radio? Or?
Yeah, Magic 108.
Okay, so you record it from the radio.
Yeah, I believe
Probably
in the
some rough
63109 zip code, I was the only guy recording Magic 108 to make mixtapes.
So how would you know when it's coming up?
But if we have a study on that, I'd love to see the data.
Right. But how would you know, like, that song's coming up?
Well,
Or
I
is
mean,
it-
I listen to Doc Winter and the Quiet Storm.
Right, okay.
But you just
that
hit
doesn't help
record.
me.
No, you just hit record a lot.
Right, so you're constantly... Well, what if you didn't like
Like
the
some
selection?
people like now have Twitter
Yeah.
to share their incelibacy.
Yeah, yeah.
I had mixtapes on Magic 108.
Okay.
That's how I celebrated my incelibacy.
Right, and so then you would customize the mixtape for the girl?
Yeah.
You were a Mr. Microphone away from total desperation. Like on the side of the road. Hey, girls, how we doing? Got a mixtape over here.
So then you'd pull up in your car, white walls, of course, old money.
Right.
And then hand them the mixtape.
That's correct.
And ask them to, like, some sort of mixer or something.
Yeah.
Or a dance.
Hey, we got a sock hop over at the U-High.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just different eras. I'd never making the mixtape. Although that would be a nice little retro kind of
why
move.
don't you do that and see what the word is?
Yeah, I'm sure my girl would like that.
Nice.
If I handed her a mixtape
With After 7 on it?
Where would one play a mixtape in 2026?
But it was
You have to go buy it, which I bet now is like it's so old that it would like it's more expensive than it was at the time because it's a commodity now.
It was a thing though. I remember going to a friend's wedding in Ohio. So a bunch of us, Marquette, were all driving together, and my friend, I made a tape, and he puts it in. It's playing, and my buddy Hoffman's driving. He ejects it, opens the window, and throws it out. And it was the most gangster thing. He goes, all those songs sucked. And my friend goes, I spent like 2 weeks making that.
There is nothing more disheartening than when like you're like in the car and you're controlling the music, or like you make one song request, and as soon as it starts playing, the person's like, "Yeah, next song." It's like, but that was I wanted to hear that. No.
Well, this is convenient for you since you and Brian Henshin came out with your relationship last week. Brian Henshin says, I have a tape deck in my car. Thanks. So you can make him a mixtape.
Nice.
You guys can go driving down to Table Rock.
Yeah.
Is this the first time he's meeting your family?
Yeah, it's going to be intense. Hello, family. This is Korean journalist Brian Henshin.
Number
We're in
one
love.
He is my lover.
Yeah.
Number one Asian intern.
Do you have any questions about the Colts defense?
Yeah. He's brought 16 beers. And he was looking to get after it here at Table Rock.
You might be able to sell this to Wes Anderson. Everything we just workshopped right there.
That would be kind of
There's
like
a chance.
a Midwest if he was like not from Texas but from Missouri.
I have a Spotify playlist I made called Magic 108 Quiet Storm. I play it when I want to make wifey warm. That's from Stepdad Gary.
But I think there's something about the creation of the mixtape. I mean, Tim's having to listen to hours of radio play to get all the songs he wants on there.
It was an honor to listen to Doc Winter in the Quiet Storm.
Right, but
As a freshman at St. Louis U High.
I could make a Spotify, or in my case, Apple Music playlist in like 2 minutes while on the toilet. You know, it does. I don't think it has the same.
But you didn't get to hear the wind in the background as Doc Winter would host the Quiet Storm.
Why was there wind in the place? He did it
storm,
outside.
Bro. It's a storm.
Oh, it was like
Was he a
thing.
local DJ or was
Yeah, I
it
think it was.
syndicated? Oh, it was local. Because when you were a kid, you would listen to these DJs that were national. You thought they were local. You get all excited. Like people listening right now in St. Louis think we're here. We're actually in New York.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
It's a national show.
We're in Queens.
Down the radio road from Francis. Did you find the audio of him? He's breaking news now.
Yeah, about Lindor.
Yeah, because mostly he opines or talks horse racing, but this got a lot of national play with baseball people.
Good morning.
Rebuilding
here it
this
is.
franchise. And first of all, I think all the Soto Lindor stuff, like the owner tried to give you the other day, is nonsense. Okay, I don't think they get along at all. Okay, everything I've heard all along is that they don't like each other. Everything. So they can say what they want. Just like last year, there wasn't any issues. Nonsense. This year, there's not any issues. Those guys don't. Listen, this was Lindor's team. He was the golden boy. The Coens loved him. Cohen's wife loved him. He was the golden boy. He was the guy. He was it. This was his franchise. And then they went out and brought in a guy who more than doubled his salary, which hit him right between the eyes. And I'm going to tell you something. It would have hit a lot of stars right between the eyes.
Here you go. Francis has taken a lot of breaks in between clauses there.
Thoughts? Well, I mean, his teeth are falling out.
Yeah, he's got to negotiate the veneers.
Intense veneers.
But it doesn't sound. It doesn't sound like he was reporting anything. The way I read
like
it, just kind of his take.
Yeah.
Like, these two don't like each other. These two don't get along.
I know people can't see the video, but he has invested $0 into his background. It's literally, it's just an off-white.
He's like in an Airbnb
wall.
cottage. And it's just,
he used to have a backdrop like of the Mike Francesa podcast, Bet Rivers. Now it's just him in front of a white wall.
And they did give Lindor 341.
He's doing it from a dentist office.
he's actually next in line.
Right. Mobile potting.
Lindor 341 million. And then Soto was like 700 million. So he's saying they doubled it. Anybody would be upset over that. I thought there was more to it, to be honest. I got had again. Tim, how about the starting pitchers today?
Yeah, just got that text, Martin. Wow, I'm glad I got my Miz bet in early. What a development we have for Game 1. Why don't you share it with the audience? What a treat.
Okay, so first we had the transaction. Ryan Fernandez sent down Bruce Zimmerman, left-hander, called up from Memphis. Hunter Dobbins has been added as an additional player. But your starting pitchers today, I probably could give the audience, I don't know, I could probably give you 7 guesses and you wouldn't get it.
No. It's not Hunter Dobbins.
No. Oh, you don't know the... Okay, this is good. I'll get papers.
Right,
okay,
7 guesses.
Okay.
Who is starting Game 1 against the Miz and the first place Milwaukee Brewers?
Can I ask one question? Have they played for the Cardinals, the Major League team, this year?
Currently on the roster.
Well, he's going to get home now. He can't not get home.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I wouldn't sell myself too high.
I wouldn't sell myself too high.
I'm a tremendous slouch.
I hope this doesn't throw you off, but Ninja Joe's Cave Ride Magic Man says, I too have made love to Brian Henson, so I don't know if that's going to...
Wow, okay. Well...
I don't know if you're going to not go to Table Rock.
The past is the past. Gordon Graceffo.
No.
Wow. Matt Swanson.
Yes!
Woo! I know, we narrowed it down. So Matt Swanson starting Game 1. Hunter Dobbins will start Game 2. My question is Mike McGreevy, are they giving him extra time because he pitched last Wednesday? Today is Tuesday, according to Big Walt. So that would mean if he pitches tomorrow, McGreevy, that would be a full week. So maybe
that would be his final start before break.
Maybe they're just trying to give him a little extra, young guy hasn't pitched these lengthy big league seasons. Mm-hmm. That seems to be what's going on without them announcing it fully. Because Frank yesterday in the pregame with Ollie said, okay, so McGreevy will make a start tomorrow? And Ollie said, yes, he'll make one of them. And it was kind of like unclear which one. I thought they were being coy, but I guess maybe they knew they were going to hold off. So,
dude, this team is chopped. That's from Dirty Dan the Garbage Man.
Who is a friend of the show who called in from Santa Clara last week, starting to booze a little bit before he went on the tour, not of Alcatraz. Where was he going?
I don't know.
Were you not here?
I was here. I remember his call. I don't remember what tour he was doing.
You said you really liked him. He had good energy. We were trying
to blue feet,
and we workshopped where he was from. We said he was a soccer or hockey player or something.
He's a hockey player, legit.
I was telling him to go to Chinatown, San Francisco, because it's very cool.
But he was going on a tour with a friend.
I don't remember.
And we added in Alcatraz.
He said he was going to Muir Woods, one of the coolest places I've ever been.
I wonder if McGreevy will take the ball like after Swanson opens up.
If they got something going, or if McGreevy's done for the first half and they're giving him a little. I don't know, but doesn't it feel that way? I mean, I don't know what's going on.
If
he was due to pitch last night.
Yeah, if he said to you guys yesterday that he's pitching one of the games to have, I think. What they don't want to run into, and this would be my assumption, is they don't want to run into him going out there and he gets rocked and you already stretched the bullpen as it was last night, albeit with your B bullpen portion of the roster, and then you got a whole nother game. So I think what this allows them to do, this is my guess. This is purely skeptical, speculating, whatever the hell I'm trying to say, is that they will see how it goes with Swanson and then make a play. So
if Swanson struggles,
yes,
go to Dobbins, even though he's the listed starter for game 2, and then McGreevy's waiting in the wings and could pitch game 2. Kind of weird, but I think all options are on the table.
If Swanson is going through it, then that way McGreevy comes out and you're like, okay, now I got a guy that can get us 5 or 6 innings. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But if Swanson starts, gives you a couple, who's next up?
See, I think McGreevy could be next up.
So you think he'll be part of a piggyback start to give him less innings?
I think what they could do is see how Swanson does, and if he runs into trouble, then you got a guy who's kind of a blue chip play.
But if you're a starter like McGreevy, routine, all of that stuff that you normally do, that's
You're
kind
right
of
about
a weird
it.
move.
I don't know.
I'm very intrigued.
Dirty Dan the Garbage Man is not in a good place about this development. Okay. Is this what it looks like when a franchise lays down? I went to Oracle, Martin, and I went to Chinatown Papers.
Nice.
Oh, he was going to tour the Giants ballpark even though they're out of town. That's what it was. That's what it was.
How great is it? The bunch of people in the audience texted in to let us know. The Cardinals are waving the white flag. That's from the 6-1 hate. My God. They took 4 or 6 from the Braves and Cubs, and that's it. The white flag is
They're
up.
up 3-0 in the 7th inning last night, and now the white flag is up.
Comes up.
I think they're trying to do their best. With limited pitching available, clearly there's not much sitting in Memphis that they can tap into. I don't know what the thinking is on a Quinn Matthews and people, it's his last start. I'm just saying in general, the guy's 25, 26 at some point in this season, which is about seeing what we have. If you just need somebody to give, I would say let's throw.
I agree.
Let's throw him out there. He's a
100%.
former pitcher of the year for your organization. He might even be 26 at this point.
Been on this program.
Yeah, a friend of this particular program. Hey, I've been deep teasing the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. That is coming up, and we'll do it in the very next segment. That's coming up here on TMA 101 ESPN.
When it comes to heating and cooling, trust the name that's been around longer than all of us. That's Design Air Heating and Cooling. They've been proudly serving the St. Louis area since 1904. It's more than a century of keeping homes comfortable and customers happy. Not just another HVAC company. They are also the longest-running sponsor on TMA, and that loyalty says a lot to us. At the helm, Seth Goldcamp, a name you can trust, leading a team that truly values integrity. At Design Air, they believe in honest work. You're never going to be sold something that you don't need. So whether you're dealing with the St. Louis summer heat or the cold, they've got your back with dependable service and no-pressure solutions. Visit DesignAirService.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904, and as always, home of the handsome repairman.
I have to tell you, I don't recognize this.
A Dream's a Dream by Soul to Soul.
Wow. I remember Soul to Soul from Back to Life, Back to Reality, but I do not remember this. All right. Well, you know what it's time for? The Design Air Heating and Cooling email today.
You don't even need the music with you.
Yeah, with that kind of instrumental. Morning, gentlemen. As I am foggy-eyed and sluggish from my patriotic hangover from yesterday's bout, Jeffrey from accounting comes over to my cubicle and says, "See, Mongo, I told you American-style footy can't keep up with European superiority on the pitch." As I look up at the infused water drinking insufferable dork and say, "Jeff, I didn't know USA had a soccer team until last month. Please take your ballet on grass back to your youth hostel and leave the real sports to 285-pound men playing 6 seconds at a time." He scurries away, and I look at my calendar for when the first noon kickoff is in SEC country. Cheers, and God bless America. That's from Mongo.
Who also sent in an image earlier, and it had the tombstone, and it said, "My love of soccer, RIP," and it was June of 2026 to July of 2020. So he sampled the product.
Good morning. Number one, I am humbled and honored to be the recipient of the prestigious Listener of the Month award. I will do my best to maintain this high-quality standard moving forward. Thank you for your consideration and your recognition. And number two, ooh, boo-hoo. Ooh, scarf guy sad today. Maybe if our goalie had better footwork than a 4-year-old in kickaroos at Webster Grove Soccer Dome, the USA men's team could actually be a good team and be relevant. Number 3, I miss Doug. Thanks. That's from the Crestwood Coyote.
Crestwood Coyote. And that's related to Eric in the Central West?
Yeah, they're brothers. And Doug played Native American ball with their dad.
That's correct.
Boy, that Matt Freeze, that's a tough one. God, I'm telling you, that video is just going to play over and over and over.
Sorry, son. Nobody is getting Sizzler. Spain had not given up a goal the entire tournament, and Portugal has struggled to create scoring chances. But we're taking your St. Gabe's Parish picnic money and turning it into some real cash because Jackie Behar feels so strongly about goals given out to all the teams, just like socialism promises. So in the meantime, wipe away your tears and eat your ramen noodles and off-brand Go-Gurk until I can find something out, like selling body fluids. I guess my point is that Cam Jansen has to be looking so forward to hearing all about Iggy's constant quest for retribution. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of tennis, being more entertaining than Oh Brother, Where Art Thou?
Nonsense.
Oh, wow.
He went right for the jugular.
You don't like Oh Brother, right, Brian?
I just wasn't a fan.
I might have to fight you about that.
Wow.
Yeah.
What are you guys going to do then?
Leg wrestle. We'll leg wrestle.
What's hot, man?
Yeah.
What did Rivers do? Just kind of roughed you up?
Yeah. Dummied me.
You look with your hair right now, looks like you may have just been given a noogie.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Why don't you take off that cap and let's see what's going on
Well,
under the
I'm
hood
wearing
there,
a cap.
bro?
I chose to wear a cap because my hair is not properly coiffed. But okay, I'll give you the Rich Gould peek behind the
Stones
curtain,
and glass houses. Yeah.
Well, you're not.
No, my hair looks bad. I got to cut it.
I think you need a haircut.
Badly.
Okay, so we're on the same page.
It's a good problem to have, though.
It's like you're being aggressive, but you're also kind of being...
Standoffish.
Full
circle.
Sorry, Tim.
No,
you were enjoying the show. Face burglar.
Dear Dossier, got a call from my old pal Kenny Loggins asking me to come hang out at his hotel. My first instinct was to decline, as this sounded like an aggressive attempt to occupy an afternoon I had carefully reserved for doing absolutely nothing. But then I realized he may have a spare guitar lying around, and I could add an autographed guitar to my collection of auction items I'm convinced are worth more than they actually are. So I made the pilgrimage. Traffic was miserable. Parking was $15, and the hotel lobby was packed with people displaying an alarming enthusiasm for existence. Kenny welcomed me in, played some songs for me, and then signed and handed over the guitar. Mission accomplished. Then he asked if I wanted to come backstage to his show. Apparently, some people would consider this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but to me, this sounded like a dreadful sequel, only with additional traffic, parking, and walking. So I declined and headed home with the signed guitar, which was the entire objective from the beginning. Some people collect memories, I collect future donations. If Kenny calls again tomorrow to offer me front row seats, he'd better also provide car service, a wheelchair escort, and a written guarantee I won't have to speak to anyone. Toodles, that's from the TMA Troubadour.
I feel like that was Ken adjacent.
What gave it away?
Live from the Hubbard Radio Prize Vault, it's the promotion America didn't ask for. Think your lunch break isn't exciting enough? Then tune in to the ATMA YouTube stream every weekday from 11 to noon for the next 72 days and keep meticulous records of which hat Iggy is wearing. That's right, color, style, approximate nicotine density. Bonus points if you can identify whether it came from a sponsor, a lost and found, or a guy who briefly left the room. Then, after 3 thrilling months of Hat Watch 26, Iggy will announce a random number. Rockio will relay it to Santilli. Santilli will accidentally route it to KG. KG will become acting commissioner of hat operations. Eventually, the information will work its way back to Iggy, and one lucky winner will receive a used hat, not a replica, not a commemorative edition, an authentic game horn piece of headwear that spent years curing in menthol smoke, Facebook comment sections, and bowling alley diplomacy. This incredible promotion was made possible by Hubbard Radio, where no idea has ever asked, should we maybe think about this for more than 5 seconds? That's from Mark's Mulch and Bra. Every kiss begins with mulch.
The slogan industry is really being poached here.
And finally, Mr. Tim's my favorite Missouri Tiger. Thanks, and Young, #1 Asian intern Brian Henshin, patiently waiting on an update on Mr. Martin's autograph update, and owner of ASMR Ting Ting 2.2 on YouTube. We'll be live today at 2 p.m. Hawaii with a special whisper update on the Caitlin Clark autograph deal. Spoiler alert, I still haven't tried yet. And that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. We shall vote, and we shall announce a winner coming up. Here is Doug Vaughn, though, telling you about Mark Milton, the STL tax lawyer.
Are you currently sideways with the IRS? I hope not. But if you have years of unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments keeping you up at night, or even worse, you could be facing IRS criminal investigation. If so, you should contact STL tax lawyer Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com. Mark Milton and stltaxlawyer.com provide a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. Don't be sucked into the out-of-town tax resolution groups you hear about on TV and radio. Mark helps individuals and small businesses right here in St. Louis solve their tax problems. He started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, where he represented the IRS in tax cases around the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. You have any kind of IRS problems at all, contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today, and you'll be saying, no, I am not guilty. I am with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
There it is, Mark Milton, stltaxlawyer.com. It's 10:33 in St. Louis. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. FanDuel has a wonderful opportunity for you. On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel is changing the game because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Well, not anymore. With FanDuel Super Sub, if your player's subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle, ladies and gentlemen. We've got to play.
So I might have lost some people some money yesterday. Well, to make it back today, you're going to take a look at that Argentina-Egypt game.
Okay.
Starting
soon.
Yeah, you're going to want to go into regulation time, and I'm telling you, it's a big play.
Oh, boy.
Regulation draw. That means it's going to extra time with Egypt. That's plus 370. But thanks to our friends at FanDuel, every day they have a 30% profit boost on the World Cup action. So that moves it up to plus 485. Yes.
Wow.
Yes, this play is plus money, but I like it. I like Egypt and Argentina to go into extra time.
There it is. Papers with another play for extra time. You've been on a heater on those.
I've been pretty good on those.
If Croatia would have gotten a little break, you would have gone 2 for 2.
Yep. That's exactly right, Tom.
Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. Must be 21 or older and present Missouri gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update that's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Cardinals doubleheader today. In the first game, which is a 1:15 first pitch, Matt Swanson gets the start. In game 2, which is a 6:15 start, 6:45 start, Hunter Dobbins will take the mound for the Redbirds as confirmed. This has been another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
I don't recognize this either.
Lay Your Troubles Down by Angela Winbush and Ronald Isley.
Well, Ronald Isley, Pride of St. Louis.
Is he?
I thought it was Pentatonics for a second, the beginning. Yeah, the Isley Brothers.
Well, it sounds like the jam to me.
I kind of like it.
There you go. Paper's 1991 R&B today.
Out of nowhere. You just felt we needed it?
I'm always expanding my musical profile. I've now expanded a little bit to country and like kind of folk, a little bit of folk music, modern folk. And so now I'm going back a little more R&B. Good mix.
It's time to talk blues. Mickey T will be a stud with the blues. That's from Doug's left pinky toe, and he is ready here on July 7th. Jackson?
Mickey T.
Are we ready for free agency? Is that what you want? You want a little action here?
Mickey T. Is that Mike McTavish? Is that somebody? Mason McTavish.
But he has a brother who also could be good.
Named
His
Mickey?
name's Mike.
Oh, okay. I mean,
Blues is a little
buy
ways
that.
away. They did announce their preseason schedule yesterday.
So
that's
sick. Were you surprised by any of it?
They dropped that the same day as that's a news dump. You got to save that a day. U.S. men dominating last night until they didn't dominate much. Tim, we really haven't unloaded the dossier barrel that was loaded. Look at that. We had the Belgium coach talking about his conversation with Balogun, and then Christian Pulisic talk, Taylor Twellman talk, Tim Ream. Papers, can we unload the barrel? Tim, are you okay with that?
Of course.
Look at this.
Alexi Lawless, I thought, was some pretty sharp analysis of the game last night.
First off, I think congratulations have to go to this Belgium team to come into this environment and put on a show like that. And from a U.S. perspective, they picked the worst time to play their worst game. And I think Mauricio Pochettino and the players would admit that. You know, to echo what Stu and John said, you know, anytime this happens, and I've been through this now a lot, the question is always, well, was this a success? Look, I think that this team did win hearts and minds. I think that this team did bring people into the tent, and they should be incredibly proud for that. But also there's a part of me that says the time for moral victories is over, and so we've left something on the table here. And that, to me, is disappointing. I also know it's going to be disappointing to the players and to Mauricio Pochettino when they look at this game. Because, again, the goals that they gave up at times were self-inflicted against a better team. But this U.S. team has beaten better teams in the past. It just didn't happen here today. So it's going to be disappointing to go out, but also in the way in which they went out, which was much more of a whimper than a roar that we had seen through this tournament.
It's kind of a criticism you have, like your favorite team. Do we ever win the big game? And yeah, you get emotionally invested, get excited, but you want them to win the game they're not supposed to.
Right, like it's cool to be Paraguay like they did. It's cool to be Australia.
It's Missouri football.
Yeah.
That's my analogy.
That's a good one.
It's
and
Missouri
that game was
football.
like an Alabama game. We're like, oh, maybe this is our chance.
Probably closer like Oklahoma or, Auburn in the good years. Alabama would be like the France or the Spain.
I'd say Alabama a couple of years ago went down there maybe, or Texas A&M a couple of years ago when you thought going into that year, okay, we're going to take that big step.
Right. A&M from a couple of years ago would actually be a prime example because it's like not only did you lose, you got stomped. And you're probably lucky to get the one goal you had.
Yeah, what took place last night was brutal. Now, emotionally, I am at peace with it because it was pretty clear that it wasn't going to happen even at halftime. Mm-hmm. And they really weren't in the game from the beginning. I realized they did tie it for 68 seconds, but that was that was the byproduct of a free kick. I mean, it was just not. It was never the team that we saw against Paraguay, Australia, and Bosnia and Herzegovina. So there's that. But as far as if you want, I hated that Alexi Lalas immediately went from, we're going to credit Belgium, and now we got to answer the question, was it a success? I just feel like it's like an ESPN national producer segment, where it's like, okay, well, now we got to do, was it a success? No, it wasn't a success. You were the favorite in that game.
Yep.
I know now the reverse engineering as well, it just shows they can't play with the big boys. The United States was the favorite in that game. And not only did you lose, you performed like that when you brought tens of millions of casual fans to the television to watch a soccer game, and you performed like that. So, great. You beat UAPB, and you beat Troy, and you beat whatever other random that you set up in September. But when the time came to go up against Alabama or Georgia, you didn't just lose, you got blown off the field. And so you might go to a bowl game, but I don't consider that a success. That is why I draw the Missouri analogy.
Yeah, benefits of an expanded field, too, because if it was the original field of 32 like it was in 2022 and years prior, not only would your first round of the knockout stage be much harder, but your group would be a lot harder. There would be one of those big boys likely in the group with you, and you wouldn't have coasted to a group win like they did. So, yeah, they were the benefits of, and they had everything going right for them. Could you pick a better stadium for them to play in last night?
There's really no excuse for not playing a better game. Now, if you get knocked out again, if it's a painful penalty kicks loss or stoppage time, like, oh, brutal ending, great run, but to play like that with everybody kind of in the tent with you, excited about this, that's where it was hard to decipher, especially when you have former players, whether it's Carly Lloyd or Eric Winalda, saying the effort was lacking. And those are former players.
I would agree. I was thinking that before I even heard those comments. I'm like, man, there is a real defeatist attitude on that team right now. And so much so that when Berhalter fired a shot and got all fired up, it stood out. And then the announcers are like, well, maybe this will be it. That's how desperate it was, that a missed shot was the only thing to hold on to. I would say the World Cup isn't a success or a failure. They beat the teams they should and lost to a better team. However, the way they lost was embarrassing. So after a few weeks, the fans of soccer will be watching, and the bandwagon fans will jump on whatever the new popular team is. That's from Mahomes Longbody. I don't see the parallel to the World Cup and MLS. So
I don't either.
That's, so when Mahomes Longbody says we'll be watching what?
Right.
Because MLS, at least as of this moment, is not going to pull in even a tenth of the number of people who are watching last night's game.
I actually think it may increase interest in foreign games because you're like, who's this Holland guy? Where does he play? Oh boy, this Mbappe, I got to watch him more. Who does he play for? I think you might see more people interested in European soccer.
I was reading a column, Martin, on that exact point, that of all the leagues globally in soccer, MLS had the 6th most minutes through Sunday.
Interesting. Very interesting.
You can probably imagine which one had the most.
EPL.
Right.
La Liga probably 2.
Bundesliga 2.
Actually, you know what? It was Bundesliga was 2.
Yeah, that's where, there's some of those German, Bayern Munich, Leverkusen, Dortmund.
Mahomes Longbody says, yes, Premier League. I was never talking MLS. Sorry, I wasn't more clear yet. Okay, well, we're on the same page then. Yeah, if that's the case, then yes, I would agree with that.
Yeah.
But
MLS
the superstars
have
in
a
this
ripple once it becomes a buying league and not a selling league. And by that, I mean the business model is not to sell players for revenue.
And the guys they are buying aren't way past their prime stars from Europe.
And maybe that time will come because people are going to go, you know what? This is top of the line and there's real money here. It's just not where it is at the moment.
Right. And it's if you're someone who's looking to invest in something like that, it's like, where can you get your guarantee that this is going to be a top tier league? I don't see that happening overnight and even in the next 5 to 10 years.
Was our guy Twellman, was he negative or was he
honest?
Yeah, I think he was direct to the point. Here you go, man.
That was the first real test of the World Cup.
Yeah.
What'd we get?
Yeah, I mean,
What'd we get? And listen, we've done stuff, right? We did stuff. You can't make mistakes at the highest level. You can't miss fundamentals. The first 2 goals from Belgium, they make you want to It's not an easy watch, guys.
Yeah.
That's not an easy watch. That's a 50-50 ball inside the 18 that Des just looks around, lets it bounce, run through it. And listen, everyone on social media talks about, oh, Sebastian Berhalter this. Give me 10 Sebastian Berhalters. He'll run through the wall at least. You cannot forget fundamentals, the little things. That is going to be, for that group of players, the most difficult pill to swallow. Because when you watch the tape, it's not my experience. I watched it. That's a difficult one to swallow. Those are simple fundamentals, and we missed all of them tonight. All of them.
Price of the quarterfinal ticket Friday quarterfinal now, which is Spain and Belgium, dropped from $3,000 to $1,200.
Wow.
If you were looking to go.
Wow. Belgian fans probably fired up about that development. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, Tolman was also going into the effort world.
Yeah, certainly.
You could just see, without being an aficionado, watching it just looked like they were in a haze.
Especially given the earlier in the tournament, the U.S. had, in the group stage, scored in like the first 10 minutes of every game, and it was the leading first-half scoring team in the entire World Cup. And so they've been shot out of a cannon so much to start games. So when you come out flat, it's exposing that even more because they haven't been that all tournament.
And how about our guy Rudy Garcia? He talked to
the translator's back.
Oh no, is it
lady translator?
Oh no,
but I can give you
inserting words.
He did say something nice about Balogun, which I think is interesting.
Vous avez parlé avec Balogun après le match. Qu'est-ce que vous avez dit?
You've spoken with Balogun after the game. What did you say? Well, he came to talk to me. I really like that. It's not his fault. He's not the one to blame. And that's what I told him. I really appreciate the intention that he came to see me. I appreciate this player.
And the Balogun we mentioned last week, after getting the red card, most thought unfairly, handled it really well. He never bitched and moaned. U.S. took action. He gets back on the field. I appreciate the coach saying it's not his fault, even though they had a beef with how it was handled.
Belgium's team tweet out, Tim, overturn
this.
Yeah.
Yes. The Cardinal starting lineup is out. Weatherholt, Herrera, Burleson, Walker, Nootbaar, Torres at second. Weatherholt's at short. How about that?
Interesting.
Church, Fermin at third, Jimmy Crooks catcher, and your starting pitcher, of course, Matt Swanson.
Here come the Cardinals. We want to win. Now is the time the playoffs begin. Summer is over.
Give Win a day off. I get that.
Well, he'll get the day, but then he'll be in the night. The question is, what will Mike McGreevy be doing? What's he going to be doing today?
Yeah. That's the question. And it looks like timing-wise, around 11 or so, Ollie will meet with reporters. I think there's a lot of questions. Okay, you're doing a bullpen start. Okay, fine. Now you activate Dobbins. McGreevy was on turn Monday night. Went to Dustin Mann, 3 days rest. McGreevy would be likely to pitch today. What's up with that? Maybe he'll call in tomorrow and say, hey, guys.
Friend of the program.
Been holding out on you. Here's what's going on.
Yeah, we haven't talked to him since he watched Papers hit that
you think
6-iron left of the green.
That was the end of it?
Upset with me. I did kind of go at him a little bit. Now I feel bad.
Yeah. Now look at what you've done.
I know.
Now you've got him not pitching anymore.
Anytime I see some Cardinal video of the social media team, maybe it's like someone throwing out a first pitch, it's always McGreevy being the one to like give him a big hug and welcome them. And
he's kind of the mayor down there. He walks around. I was talking to Polo, and we're talking about the Mexican national team losing. Tough loss to England. And McGreevy's running by. He goes, Lo siento. And I said, what's that about? He goes, he's upset for me because the Mexican. I said, oh, the soccer.
About that,
okay. Yeah. Guy thinks of everything. He's like social chairman, Rush chairman.
I've seen his takes on Star Wars, and it looks like he's itching to get on Movie Boy. Seems like
you think he wants to be on Movie Boy?
I think it would be a very special podcast.
Tell Gareth, get out.
Yeah, Mike McGreevy coming in. That'd be great.
What if he says he's skipping a start because he's got to go do Movie Boy? That would make sense.
Think that would play well?
So I don't know what's going on. Swanson versus The Miz. Don't like that on paper.
Hey, David versus Goliath.
See what the numbers, because I was able to get that in
Before I started?
Before the starter was announced, and I imagine things have... the Brewers are now minus 205, Martin, and that has gone up about, I think, $25, $30.
In the one-off baseball game at minus 205 is pretty pretty big.
Tough. And then tonight's nightcap is still listed as a TBD. Gasser for the Brewers, TBD for the Cardinals. Brewers are minus 130 in that one. For the record, minus the Dodgers against the Rockies. In L.A. tonight, the biggest favorite in Major League Baseball is the Brewers against the Cardinals in Game 1 of today's doubleheader. McGreevy hosted some youth golfers before a game a few weeks ago and did a great job interacting with all the kids. That's from the 309.
I think he talked about it, I believe. They're called McGee's kids or something. I've seen them down there.
Good luck, Tim. You are at the best at these things. That's from Steven Time.
Just generally speaking?
I don't know what that, I don't, you know, I certainly appreciate it. I don't know what that's in reference to, though.
I don't either.
Just take the win.
Yeah, exactly. Worson Woods Wacko says McGreevy has a meeting with Sharon and I about wedding reception seating assignments, so that's why he's not pitching today, Martin. So you can.
Well, we don't even need it to be reported then.
There you go. That is confirmed. Papers. I'm going to tell people about Michael's Baths, and you're going to tell us the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day.
Yes, sir.
At Michael's Baths, they create elevated bathroom spaces that blend luxury, comfort, and smart design. All tailored to the way you live, from sleek tub to shower conversions to full high-end bathroom remodels, including paint and electrical. They handle every detail. And now they're offering new premium wall option design to bring a custom spa-like look to your home. With 30 years of experience, all 5-star reviews, an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and VA recommended, Michael's Baths delivers craftsmanship you can trust without gimmicks or high-pressure sales. This isn't a temporary fix or quick cover-up. It's a complete transformation built to last and built to add value to your home at michaelsbaths.com or call 636-775-0800 and ask about financing options, including 0% interest upon approval. Michael's Baths, family-owned, insured, and where everyday bathrooms become something exceptional. Papers who won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today.
Good question, Tim. Our winner today, Mark from Mark's Mulch and Board.
And what was it now? You have a friend in the mulch business?
No, every kiss begins with mulch. Might be my favorite one. Or we have the meats.
There it is. After the morning after, coming up on the TMA STL YouTube channel. BK and Ferrario coming up next year on 101 ESPN. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for the vacationing Douglas Elvin Vaughn. I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented by Brown & Crouppen from the Stiefel Studios on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.